welcome adventurers to tonight's episode of The Rising Hand, where last week we left everyone either in or very near the Kicking Chestnut. At least those of you that have been part of the party thus far were at the Kicking Chestnut. Who would like to do the recap of last week?
Alexa or anybody, are y'all cool with doing the recap? Because I kind of want to hear what y'all have to say about where you guys went to.
See,
that
I
make
was
sense?
thinking Leo would do it because it was Leo's world, but I will do my best. All right, so we met Leo's sister, who is an aspiring blacksmith under Leo's mother, who is like the best blacksmith in the Feywild. Not exactly, but you know, she's great. And there's definitely something weird going on. There's like some talk about anomalies and going after them and stuff like that. Then, sorry, I'm going through my notes again. And like this whole village is up in the trees, and then, you know, connected, you know, by bridges and pathways, like kind of made by the trees themselves. And there's like some talk about Leo having to like, they're asking him to do more work, but kind of unsure about asking him. So don't exactly know why. We met Leo's father.
Well, first we met his mom.
Yes.
When saw the really cool forge and how the flame worked differently. And she started talking to Leo about the anomalies before realizing we were in the room. But then Zapper and her talked about smithing. We're going to talk more later. And then she took us to the father, right? Or no, she walked with us that way.
Yeah, then we met his father, who is part of the High Council, who we don't know much about, except that they seem like they make the rules of the place, essentially. Also, the city that we're in, which I have the name up.
Balahastra.
Balahastra is pretty much on good terms with both like major Feywild courts, essentially. And they're kind of free to do as they wish. Then we went to the university, and Leo, we found out, was like a superior student. It's like the best. And we pretty much just told, what's his name? I wrote it down too. I did not organize my notes this week, and that's why it's looking like this.
Uranus?
Irenaeus?
Is that who you're talking about?
Uranus? Yeah, Uranus. And we, you know, basically told him everything we've gone through, everything about the tower, because the tower is part of the anomalies, and there are like 7 different anomalies. And they sent out these other people to, like, the council themselves sent out these other people to investigate these anomalies. Yes. And so we're telling Uranus all, like, everything that we've been through, pretty much, you know, willy-nilly. And so then he asks us to help figure out these anomalies, because we have like really good, because we're part of the tower, which is one of the anomalies, and we have a good idea on it. So, yep. And then we go back to the tavern, and we're all sitting there kind of talking, you know, going through our feelings. We have the tumbles, and Leo seems to have himself a lady friend as they dance and have a good time. And everyone else is just kind of feeling their emotions, essentially. Yes, I know we ended up on Tito.
Tito are performing, and some circles are starting to turn white.
Yes.
Yeah, the guy who's already there.
And it ended on a somber note.
It wasn't that somber.
No, that's what Matt said last week, that
Did
it
say that
ended
last
somber,
week.
like the song.
Oh, okay. Oh, the song.
And kind of the mood in general. You guys still feel sadness in the city, but you were all beginning to wonder what it must be like in this beautiful place when this city and those that live
Yeah,
inside of
I
it are
heard
not
that.
drawn in by sadness. All right, well,
Also, sorry, can I add something?
Go for it.
That I did talk about my memory in front of everybody at the
Yes.
university quite a bit. Basically revealed that I have my memories. Asked about my wife and my family, what happened to them afterwards, on and on.
And that basically you're a legend in every single like bedtime story.
That too. Which Clarabelle does not enjoy, but he is just going through with it.
it would be really confusing, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just editing one final thing that I just fucked up and realized I fucked up before we started. So, as I was about to say, welcome, adventurers, to the Kicking Chestnut. Should be refreshing now. Where you are all, for the most part, except for Lex, who is currently outside, either listening to music, playing music, dancing to music, or sitting around a table, beginning to talk to one another, thinking about perhaps going towards the forge a little bit later, Duveldra's Anvil Works. We picked up with Lex just having left the building to go outside. And that is where we'll pick back up within the Kicking Chestnut. We start some music. They fixed the bandwidth on the game, by the way. They were like,
Did they say what it was?
Awesome.
they didn't say anything to me at all, but well, I logged in today and it said you have 98.26% of your available bandwidth for the
That's
week.
good.
Okay. All right. Rising hand. What would you like to do?
Alexa, why didn't you give her the 15-inch that works for?
I guess, am I still,
You were
said
still
we're
dancing at the last of the session, but we could say that as we pick up tonight, the song that Tito, B. Rad, and Waldron were playing comes to an end, and the three of you can choose whether to play another one. But you and your dancing partner, Valina, have finished your dance, at least for the time being.
Guess I'll, once the song ends, I'll kind of just back away, squeeze her hand, and walk back over to the group as the song ends.
You see the smile on her face doesn't dim whatsoever at the end of the song. In fact, it almost seems as though she finds herself, and you catch her looking around and noticing tables that don't have drinks on them, and oh crap! And she just hurriedly runs to the kitchen and then begins to head back towards another table once she goes in there. But you can head back to the party, who are to your left down the hallway.
I
Because
will,
it's
yep.
probably hard to see.
Oh yeah, there we go.
So right now at the table we have Logan, Zafir, Hezrian, Claribold, and Kalora, but she ran away somewhere.
Are there any more drinks on the table? Do we
No,
know?
there are
No,
no more
okay.
drinks as of now.
Then I guess I'll just go sit next to Logan and Zafir. I'll sit down next to them.
Okay.
Yeah, look at yours. I just can't use webcam. It's broken. Yeah, that probably fine. Look at yours.
Let's let them get settled.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to do it.
Bro.
On the map, Matt, are there meant to be like two other people over like above us right there? Are those two actual
Yes,
people?
that is, you know them to be, what were their names?
Was it the brother and sister? I think it
Brother
was.
and mother, I believe it was.
Okay.
Where?
Was it
Jarian
Jarian and Medial?
Yeah.
Okay, right. That's right.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Oh, good. Leo's just come over to the table and sat down. So now most of you are together, except for B-Rad and Tito. I'll say that Tito decides not to play another song at the moment and is going to go back to the table as well. B-Rad, you can follow if you wish.
And who are these two other
Um,
people, Matt?
Those are no names that I just put in
Okay.
here.
Okay, just making sure.
So who is your lady friend?
Velena, she I mean, I don't
She
really know. We've been friends for a time now, and
You guys seem to dance really
And
well together. Like you
look like more than
well,
friends.
like she
Like-
totally likes you.
like you've danced together before or something.
Yeah.
we've
Did
never
you see how
danced
close she
before.
moved her hips?
What's up with
When
this?
you were dancing, she moved her hips close to your hips. If it's just friends,
Hey,
they kind of like.
Zaffer group, you guys are getting a ton of echo, like a fuck ton.
Yeah, you'll have to repeat everything you
Can
just said because I
everybody
didn't get
mute?
any of it.
Can everybody mute real quick?
That's what you get for
All right,
12 people
B-Rad,
in the same room.
Flex, Hezrian. All right. Oh, I just sound like myself again. That's great. So I
Yeah,
must have
that's
like
it.
a weird voice thing.
All right,
But
everybody talk shit to him again.
so
one
when you
time.
guys were dancing, like she kept her hips like very close to your hips, you know, like when
I
when
wasn't
girls
really paying
don't
attention.
want. Yeah, I
You
know.
see,
you're
see
just
my
having a
face
good
like
time.
really flushing.
That's the point. You didn't have to pay attention. You know, just kind of.
Oh, but like she totally you like her too, right? I can tell
Yeah.
because you're all like you look like my dad right now. You're so red.
Yes, of course. So, what are we doing tomorrow?
What? Well, we still have to go see your mom tonight.
True.
Jamie, I think we're getting feedback on your thing as well.
Yeah, we are.
There you go.
We
Good.
still have to go see your mom tonight before we plan for tomorrow, right?
I'm sure I don't know if I will, but if you would like to go, I mean, I can always come.
I mean, would you at least mind like walking me over?
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel more comfortable like being accompanied by you there at least.
That makes sense. Well, I'm fine with that. Yes.
But I wasn't trying to embarrass you. I was just like, if you didn't know, that girl likes you.
Thank you for telling me. Not the best with social situations and protocol sometimes. Most of my romance has been in the books that I've read.
Yeah, I haven't met many Dragonborn, so when I'm thinking about romance, I'm usually just seeing it in other people.
Mm.
But yeah, she totally thinks you're cute or something.
As you guys are talking, just as Zaffer finishes his sentence, actually, Velena actually walks over. You can see her smoothing down her hair where it's been sort of messed up by moving around. Hello again, everyone. I'm sorry, I completely forgot about drinks for a time there. Do you need anything? She doesn't have a British accent. All of the elves are American. Do you need anything?
No, I think might be leaving soon, but you're a really good dancer.
She kind of smiles and turns her head. Well, I don't think that's true, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless.
Well, I thought you guys did great.
Thank you. Well, if you guys need rooms for the night, I don't know if you'll be staying with Leo, but we have rooms available. They're nice rooms, and for being friends of Leo, we'll give you pretty good discount on them as well.
Oh shit, what
Thank
kind
you.
of gold do you take here? How do we pay for things?
Well, we're trading cities, so we kind of take money from anywhere. We deal with people from the material, and as long as it's gold and we can weigh it, sometimes the prices change a little bit, but gold is gold.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. We've been all over the place and had to deal with lots of different money and stuff. So
Sure. You guys see Lex walk back in.
where
Kind
were
of-
you?
I'm gonna go deal with some other tables. Have a good night. Bye, Leo.
I'll wave.
Did you just ask where I was? I was outside.
Oh no shit. That's like, did you go somewhere? Or you just outside?
Just outside, just looking at the landscape and all that shit, you know.
Anything cool?
Not really. I mean, it's a village and a tree, so kind of decent.
Well, speaking of
And then I just
landscape,
sit down at the table.
did you all want to possibly go explore more of it? Are you guys on board with that, or?
Oh yeah, sounds like a plan to me.
But tomorrow, after we go to the vultures. For
For sure. Cool. So we
Sure, you
want to go.
guys-
So we want to go to the forge. I need to make a quick pit stop. After the forge, we'll meet you all at the back at the Kicking Chestnut after I drop you off at the forge. I need to go run a quick errand, and I'll be back. But yeah, when do you guys want to go do that?
hey, sorry, real quick, Matt. Vera does not have any vision.
Oh, my bad. Let me fix that. I'm just gonna give you a random NPC to walk around the maps in, because Vera's not here yet. So give me a sec. Make one.
Mary, is Kalora currently here, or is she somewhere else? I can't remember.
She's somewhere else. She
Okay.
probably at this point went outside and probably wild shaped again and is flying around for a little while.
Okay. In that case. I'm going to cast Sending Mat
Okay.
to Kalora. We are going to drop Sapphire off at my mother's. Stop by if you'd like, or meet us back at the tavern. Good luck.
You hear a caw.
Okay. Sounds good.
It's a non-distinct screeching.
Caw.
Triumphant squawk.
Actually, it's probably more like
Sounds good.
Fuck. How do I configure permission? Here we go. Sorry guys, I just want to make sure this works.
No worries.
All right. Vera, there is a character on the screen that you should own now called Monitor. Can you just verify that you can see through her eyes and move her around?
Wait, what happened? Who's monitor?
I
Monitor is just
don't
a
see her, but I see the like screen now. Okay. No, that's Zephyr.
No, just
Did you say B-Rad?
I
It's
see
this
her.
thing right here.
I see her cursor.
I'm moving it up and down.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
okay.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
can see and move it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
Monitor is not actually a character in the scene, guys. It's just so Ariana can see what's going on. for
Okay.
us.
Sounds good.
All right, so moving back to the city of Valahastra and our map here. You guys exit the Kicking Chestnut, noticeably quieter than when Tito, B-Rad, and Walren were all singing together. Now Walren's just picked up his pipes again and playing the same mournful song. You see,
I'm
as
sorry
you're
to
leaving.
interrupt one more time. It did
Sure.
the same thing with the screen.
Yeah, I have to put you on it. That's all.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Oh, good. As you turn, whoever's the last to leave, as you turn, you see the few white pseudo wisps that were appearing over people's heads slowly fade back to blue as the melancholy mood takes over the King Chestnut once again. Walking outside, the night is not as dark as it might seem, though it is now around 9:30 at this point. The light from the pseudo wisps still casts that same pale blue glow over the proceedings, and the bioluminescent flowers that cover all of the buildings make them stand out in stark contrast from the background behind. The smell of these flowers is in no way diminished by the late evening. The sour, tart citrus smell still reaches your nose all the same, and mixes with the smell of sap and trees. You make your way down the pathway from the Kicking Chestnut directly to the anvil works as the trees around you slowly sway. You can see some of the branches are very carefully repositioning themselves, bringing different buildings further apart and some closer together. The pathways in between seem to automatically adjust for the increased or diminished distance. But regardless, as you get closer to Develdra's anvil works from the Kicking Chestnut, you begin to hear the telltale signs of metal moving. The gentle roar of the forge, though, much more subtle than the forges you're used to, and then the hammer striking again and again in a steady rhythm as the master smith, Duveldra, makes whatever item she is working on. The shop lights to the side of the forging area are completely dark, but the forge is well lit, and there are a few pseudo wisps flying around the small porch area. Develdra doesn't notice you approach, but you do nonetheless, and you arrive at the forging area where she has her back to you and is just hammering steel. You can see she's forming a very long rod from the initial piece of metal she was working with that you saw last time.
I'll walk up to her.
What color is the flame?
It's orange, but unmoving. Just looks like firelight that is.
Can I cast thaumaturgy to make the flame blue?
Sure. I'll say, Leo, as you get up and whisper that in her ear, the light suddenly changes color, and she looks surprised and confused and immediately reaches for the nozzle to or the knob to turn it off, but pauses, turns around, sees all of you with Leo. And was that one of you? Did you do that?
Well,
That better not affect my steel, she says, smiling.
no, it's all just magic and colors.
I know, I was making a joke. Yeah, she touches you on the shoulder, Leo. That's fine. You can leave your friends with me if you need to. I can take care of him.
I'll nod and walk back over to them. I need to go run my errand. I'll be back. And I'll
Leo,
run my
Okay.
errand.
you sure you don't want some help, Leo?
No, I'm fine. I appreciate it though.
Okay.
Was this the whole group or just the 3 people?
Can
I'll
I
answer that
can
like
I
this.
can
I'm
I
here.
check Leo?
You want to do what?
I want to insight check Leo on his
Okay.
task. Does it seem like I'm looking? Does he seem nervous about it being like danger? Right, is what I'm searching for.
Okay, make an insight check. I just sent you a message, Leo.
13.
So with a 13, he doesn't seem really particularly worried. Maybe a bit distracted, but doesn't seem to be worried about anything or feel like he's in danger.
Okay.
That actually, I forgot I have a -1, Matt, so that would have been a 13.
Yeah, you still
Okay, cool.
win. Duveldra kind of gestures to the group as a whole. I wasn't expecting all of you. I was just expecting these two. She points at Hezrian and Zafir. Are we doing a full class today? Or tonight, rather?
Yeah? No?
It's up to you.
I mean, true.
I mean, I don't really.
If you're going by like, if you're picking teams, I feel like I'm going to get picked pretty high. So if we're going to only have unlimited amount of people.
Wasn't thinking we'd do a competition, but if any of you are interested in learning some, beginners ironwork or steelwork, I could kind of walk you through some of the basics. If not, you can just hang out while Zafir and Hezrian and I talk. Up to you.
I'm gonna join. It sounds like fun.
Okay.
I like fun.
I just kind of shrug and be like, don't have anything better to do. And then I
Oh yeah.
kind
This
of
is
step
gonna be
forward.
fun.
Well, Hezrian and Zafir, I wouldn't want to walk you through, the very basics here. But if you guys want to use the forge while I'm walking through, you certainly can. I think you'll find it a bit different than those you've ever used in the material. Though, I guess I don't know too much about how you forge specifically.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what kind of forging, because I mean, I would love to do some just forging with hammer and everything, but I know you wanted to see me use my gift with Onatar.
I do. I think we both have a bit of show and tell to go through at some point.
Yeah, so if you want to like get them started, and if you want us to prepare anything, if you already had something planned, I could do that.
Sounds good. All right. She points at B-Rad. Come with me for a minute. And she walks around the side to where the actual storefront is, and you see her touch the doorknob and kind of, it's almost an interesting twist. She goes back, forward, back in a certain combination that looks very precise, and the door swings open. As she steps inside, the magical torches on the walls immediately ignite, casting a warm glow throughout the room. She opens another door to a back room, and there are several small, almost look like covered pots on tripods. Can you help me carry these outside? I think we'll just bring, we'll bring all 6. She grabs one in one arm and one in the other with her very strong, muscular arms and begins carrying them outside.
How heavy are these things?
They're, as you go to try to speculatively lift one, they're about 50 pounds each.
How many are left? 4?
Yeah, 4 more.
I'll pick all of them up.
Okay. You managed to get all of them wrapped around your arms. Just go ahead and not a strength check for me. Just make we'll call it an athletics check to wrangle all of them. Because they're weirdly shaped and whatnot.
I forgot to pull up D&D Beyond. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah.
You said athletics, correct?
Yep.
That is an 11.
11. All right. Yeah, you managed to. It's kind of difficult. One of them at the very end is beginning to slip out of your reach and almost falls, but I'll say the 2 closest people are Zafir, Hezrian, and Lex. If any of you want to react to try to grab it, you can help him finish the task.
Zephyr would be paying very close attention to make sure he didn't break anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I try to help if he needed it.
Okay. Well, let's just
I knew that they have more muscle mats than I do, so I
Let's
wouldn't
just-
do anything.
give it to Zephyr since he reacted first in real time. So Zephyr, go ahead and make a we'll call it a strength saving throw.
It's 16.
Yeah, Zephyr manages to grab it and kind of gently ease it out from Birad's arms as Birad cradles the other three. Developer kind of walks over to a more empty area of the forging shop and sets these up all in a line, 6 of them. And you see as she does, she takes out a small pouch that she's got at her waist that have red beads in them. Each time she walks up to the first one and squeezes the bead, breaking it in her fingers, and then throws the remainder in this covered iron pot. And the covered iron pot is basically an ovoid shape. Imagine like a flying saucer that's got more depth than you normally see with this flying saucer, and then it's got tripod legs coming out and a single opening in the front that's roughly arch shaped and probably about 6 inches wide and 8 inches high. As she throws the remains of this bead inside, a flame immediately wells up from inside, initially coming out of the opening in the front and then settling back down to the same non-flickering, continual burning glow. She does this for each of the 6 miniature forges, you now realize, and then turns to address the group at large. All right, I think we're ready to get started. Who wants to give it a shot? No pressure or anything. I thought I'd set it up
I'll
just
do
in
it.
case you wanted to.
You have like
Okay.
to-go forges?
Yeah, they're just I used them when the kids were younger, and they all wanted to learn at one point, but most of them gave up.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome.
Thanks. They work really well. They're a little bit limited. You can only really make smaller things with them, but a dagger, a decorative item, they work really well for that.
Tools.
What protects all the trees from the forge?
I would never use a flame that could damage a tree.
Yeah.
The flames I use have no ability to consume either oxygen or any sort of carbon-based material. They're self-sustaining.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Did you did it take any time to gain their trust before they allowed to have a forge, even though, like, you know, for me, when I see a forge, I think fire, right? I would think they would think the same. Did you ever have to gain their trust?
Well, this is one, I don't think you realize quite how old I am and how long I've been doing this. But I grew up here, and so did my parents and their parents before me. This method of forging and this shop itself, though I've made a lot of improvements to it, has been around for eons. In your time, since probably most history was recorded.
Wow.
So the trees have never been in danger. The reality is we would never have had to convince anyone. No one would ever believe that we would put them at risk. I mean, hurting the trees can be a penalty of death. They give us life.
So, okay, as Clarable's done, his mind is blown.
Oh, okay. So, and then just kind of turns away.
Yeah.
All right. So I take it Clarabelle doesn't want to try it yet. Anybody else?
He heard this very shop has existed here for eons, and looks at the forges and the trees, and yeah, he's out. He's done. He's gonna go wait outside.
All right. Okay. I guess just
I'll do
Lex.
it.
No problem.
Sorry. I'm doing it as well.
Oh, and you. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So the rest of you kind of just sit around and either watch or do something else. But Develdra walks over to a small pile of scrap material, and points at it. Lex, Brad, if you want to pick out what kind of material you're going to be forging, there's some iron over here. That's probably going to be the easiest to get started. There's a little bit of scrap steel left over, probably enough for a dagger or two. You can see maybe some copper and some brass. High melting points on both of those, but you can make some really pretty stuff. Up to you. Just if you find anything you like, start getting it heated up. I'm going to talk with Zafir and Hezrian for a bit, and then I'll be back to tell you how to go from there.
I go for the steel.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab some iron and I'm gonna grab a little bit of brass.
Okay, iron and brass. You guys both get them in the furnace and start them heating up, while Develdra walks back over to where Zafir and Hezrian are. All right, we got them started. What do you guys want to talk about? Do you want to do your thing first? Do you want to watch me keep working?
I have so many questions, but like they're weirdly specific ones.
That's
so
fine.
I could ask those first, I guess.
Why don't you
And
ask
then
me
you can
questions
show
while I
us.
work?
That's cool because I can watch and ask questions. That's a good idea.
Perfect. So she walks back over to the
Do
anvil,
you-
and the metal's still hot on it, begins just making some very small adjustments. It's cooled down around the outsides, so she can't really forge any of the sides, but the center is still iron or molten, so she's making some adjustments there.
Okay, so one question. Do you know where I could find the mithril?
There are trading ships that come in with mithril. There's not really any found around here. You'd have to go further west to, let me see. Actually, you know what? There is a mithril mine in the Three Sisters. It's kind of northwest of here. It hasn't been used for quite some time. It's actually cheaper for the trading cities to import mithril from other parts of the Feywild and the material versus mining it, because mining it is dangerous. It's only really, really deep underground.
Gotcha.
But if you wanted to see a mithril mine, an abandoned one, I mean, the Three Sisters, I believe it's the centermost mountain, has a mithril mine.
I'll keep that in mind. Do you know anything? So when we were in the past, I think, there was one smith who made all of her steel pink. Do you know anything about the dyeing metal?
Dyeing metal, that's interesting. I've never seen pink metal, but
Yeah, and I'll take out the what's it called?
Great falchion.
Great falchion.
She puts down her hammer for a moment, and takes it from you, looking at it. Well, it's not an electroplating process, and it's not just blued with a flame. Huh. I bet I could approximate this, but it might take me some time to research. That's whoever did that was a talented smith, because I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I'm glad I got one of the weapons from her, because I was like, this is something unique I haven't seen a lot of.
I wonder if it's
I
magic.
want to kind of figure out.
Huh.
I think I talked to her about it a little bit, but I don't really remember. I wrote it down in my diary.
Well, maybe check it and let me know what she said, because that might help me approximate it. I might be able to figure that out. But I mean, dyeing metal, I've of course made metal much darker by adding more carbon, which also helps with the tensile strength of the steel. And I've also blued metal. Have you ever blued anything?
No, but that's actually kind of what I wanted, was to make my metal more blue.
Well, you take a very hot flame, like hotter than any forge. It's very also centralized, so a very small hot flame, almost the size of like a candle flame, and just run it up and down the blade. It has to be very very dry out when you do it, but if you do it correctly, the steel will come out a shimmery purpley blue. It's really cool looking. And then you could also electroplate things, which is something I only learned a few years ago, where you actually put the blade into a bath of water mixed with a certain, and then put another metal of the color you want on the other side of the bath, and then you have
Hey,
to.
Matt. I'm sorry. Nino's calling me. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So
I
they
don't
keep
know why
talking
she'd be called.
momentarily. So I will jump to Leo, if he's ready. Leo, you have made your way now from your mother's shop back to your house. Step inside, and in the kind of main living area, you find, I mean, I don't know how much you want. You find the person you were looking for. I guess you find Juliana. I guess everybody's going to hear it anyway, the conversation. Oh, hey, Leo. Early night. I thought you'd be out longer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about kind of, telling everybody about, that she wasn't there, or that you were there, or
That's
they
okay.
weren't here. I don't know how much you're telling these people. You seem to trust them.
So far, they haven't given me a reason to not trust them.
And the tree let them up.
Yeah, that helped for sure.
You going to bed?
No, I'm gonna be staying with them, but I wanted to see her before I left to go check out the anomalies. I wanted to just say hi.
Oh, well, hi.
I'll point upstairs.
Do you want me to go upstairs?
No, I'm going to go talk to our sister.
Oh, okay. You could have just said that. I don't know why you're being all
Right.
secretive.
Right. I'll head upstairs.
Okay. Head upstairs. Her bedroom door is closed. Do you knock?
No, I'll just walk in.
One sec. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I was confused about something and just had to clear it up. So this is Talahadra. That's what it is. Okay. You step inside. She's actually sat on her bed, reading a very thick leather book, and turns and looks at you. Oh my God. Sorry. I'm such an idiot. Can we just say you did this? Because I don't want other people to know that.
Yeah, I put in the message that I didn't need to RP it. I thought you just wanted me to.
Oh my God. Sorry.
It's okay.
What a day.
It's all good. It's all good.
So disregard all of that. Leo went somewhere. Going back.
Hey, sorry, I have a
Yeah,
question.
so do electroplate.
Does Claribold understand what an eon is? Like, because I personally had to look that up.
Does he know what it's? I mean, I don't think she was talking about a specific type part of time.
No, I'm good. Actually, no, I'm good. I would just be waiting out front, looking up for Kalora, I think, at this point.
Okay.
If that even matters.
No problem. Yeah, so
you
electroplating,
treat it
you
in
have to
water
then
that's-
put electricity through it, and parts of the metal you're using on the other side will break off and join the steel, kind of like covers it in a thin coating of whatever metal you're electroplating with.
That might really be what I want to do, because I've always kind of wanted to incorporate my breath weapon into my smithing. Like my dad was a red dragonborn, so he had fire, so he would superheat his forge, but I'm usually blue. Right now I'm brass and I have fire breath, but usually I'm blue and I have lightning breath. It's part of the blessing from my god, but I've
Sounds
always
like you were
wanted
made
to
to
try
be a
the.
smith.
I know, right? So I could heat the forge and then like go to sleep, and in the morning I can electroplate it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that would be really cool. We'll have to try that. But what are you working on right now?
I haven't really decided yet. I'm just gonna let this steel kind of speak to me, move how it wants, and see what I end up with. I make a lot of
Oh
things
yeah,
that way.
and so last time I was here, you said you lost like a really cool pot you made, right?
Yeah, the teapot.
How have you tried to look for it? Because like I was thinking like I have spells that I could try to use it, but I'm sure if it's been lost a while, and you guys have probably done all the different spells to try and find it.
We went down probably a week after it got thrown off, and I even had somebody come with me that could that spell you could locate objects with. It wasn't down there. God knows what happened with it. It could have been a random animal carried it off. It could have been a small magical portal that opened in the lake that just sucked it up and dragged it somewhere else, but nowhere to be found.
Well, if you can describe it to me really well, I can't make it like the same magical version and stuff like that, but I might be able to make a pretty cool representation of it when I show you how I forge.
That's a good idea. I'll sketch it for you real quick. And she goes and begins sketching. Very quickly
You'll
comes up
also
with an
have to choose what
approximation.
materials too.
Okay, I can do that. She hands you the sketch, and then let me just check on the other two real quick. She walks back over to Lex and B-Rad. It looks like it's hot enough. Interesting set of materials there, B-Rad. I wonder what you're making. What's the plan, guys? What do you want to try?
I don't know. I kind of just picked some materials. I had no plan.
I was thinking a dagger.
Okay, a dagger. You picked a good piece of steel for it, the blank. I would just take it out. It does need to be lengthened a little bit, so start with that. Just try to make it, dagger size, maybe 12 to 14 inches, up to you. And then you can start actually making the point first, and then you go down the sides the other way. You also want to draw out the tang from one side. You know what all that stuff is?
I mean, if it looks like this, I pull out one of my regular daggers. Like just
Perfect.
kind of gets to look like this guy, right?
She just reaches her hand out for it.
And pass
Perfect.
it to her.
So what you're forging is everything but this handle here. If you look at the side, you can see that there are two scales, is what we call them, pushed up against the hilt here that kind of sandwich a piece of steel in the middle. That's what gives it the strength all the way up and down. So the tang is the bit in the middle, the metal. So you're basically just going to make a very flat piece of metal in the shape of this, but without the handle.
Okay, gotcha.
Hands your dagger back. B-Rad, you just have fun. Just try not to break anything. You'll want to take the iron
I
out
can't
before you
make any
take the
promises.
brass out.
Okay.
So I do like study like the other dagger that I have to make sure that it looks similar. Like I'm using that as my inspiration essentially.
Okay, sounds good. She walks back over to Zafir. I think I want to see you do your thing now. I've been so curious all day, and if you're gonna make that teapot for me, I'd very much be interested to see how that would be done. Why don't we use? I've got some very low carbon steel that should shine really well if we
Yeah, and
polish
if
it.
there are any like, if you have any like other materials you want included in it too, like it
Oh, so it's
doesn't
not
have
just
to be all
wood
metal.
piece? Okay.
So, well, it's up to you if you want it, however you want it. Like looking at the sketch, would it look like just one material the whole way?
You can see you're thinking for a minute. How about we do brass for the handle, and then can you do wood?
Yeah,
Okay. Obviously I don't have any wood cut from any of the trees here, but I do have this, and
I do have some.
you cut one
Do
of
you
the
want to see what
trees.
I have? No, not here. And it was not a tree that was alive. There were these dark trees that had died that had made this very dark wood. Let me see. Hold on. It's in my bag somewhere. Oh, well, I used the really slim piece I have, but I do have this block of hardwood. This is from a tree that fell in the forest. I thought it would make a good handle or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Does she seem like put off by the fact that I have wood with me?
No, she suggested wood. She's just not, they're not allowed to take any wood from these trees. They generally gather fallen wood.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, like, insight-wise, she didn't seem like offended that I
Oh,
had
you can make
wood.
an insight
She was
check
put at ease when I had.
if you want to.
Just making sure she was like put at ease, I guess, when I said, "Ooh, a natural zephyr."
Okay,
I
she
rethink
was
this.
worried when you said, she said, I don't have any wood cut from the trees here, and you said, oh, I do. She was very worried for a moment, but then you quickly corrected yourself, and she was very relieved.
Cool. Okay, so I give her the wood, and I guess
What
allow
you
her to
making?
modify the sketch. Well, yeah, but I just didn't know, like, if you wanted to see it first to make sure it was going to be good for what you're envisioning.
I trust you. I'd like to see your method. Hands it over. In terms of where I'd like it to go, if you look at the top where like the lid goes on, there's a little ball there where you can kind of lift it, and having it be wood would make it so it wouldn't be as hot. So I think that'd be good.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right. So you can stay and watch me the whole time, but I've been told it's kind of boring until the end. Nothing really
How close
happens
to the
except
end?
for I'm sitting here praying. Like almost a full hour. And like if you come back at like 55 minutes, you'd probably be safe.
I think I've got time to watch. She
Okay.
pulls over a stool that was over by the forge and sits down.
Well, I'm praying to Onatar. Do you know anything about Onatar?
I think I've heard of him. Just he's like the patron of like flames and the forge, that kind of thing.
Like creation, like not like nature creation, but like man-made and like created creation, you know?
Interesting.
So like masonry and all that stuff too.
You'll have to tell me some more about him.
But I'm gonna talk to him now, so I'll see you in a little while. And I'll close my eyes and begin to pray.
Okay. Ezrian, what are you up to?
I'll actually try to forge something.
Okay.
While he's doing his thing.
Sure thing. So we got 3 people forging, everybody else just kind of chilling for the moment. Okay, our forgers, I would like you guys to all make a few checks for me. I need a strength check, a dexterity check, and then a performance check. Hezrian, you can add 2 to all of those rolls.
I figured out what I want to make. Sweet.
Okay, what do you want to make?
I'm gonna try to make a mini Zaffer.
A mini Zaffer. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What are you using the iron for?
I don't know. His. Nope. I'm gonna use full brass.
All right. So he's going to be nude Zaffer.
In his whole
My armor's brass.
armor.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, so Lex, what were your rolls? Strength first, then Dex, then Performance.
Yeah, that's what I did. 13 for strength. Dex was 21, and then nat 20 for performance, plus 2, so 22.
Damn. Okay.
I know it's my strength I was really worried about.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't awful. It's going to take more than an hour for this to finish, but that's good to know. Hezrian, what about you? Strength, Dex, then Performance.
All right. Strength, I got a 17. Dex, I got a 16. And performance, I got a 17 flat.
What was the first one?
17.
17. Okay, cool. Good rolls. B-Rad.
What's the last roll? Sorry.
Last roll was Performance.
Performance.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to forget these rolls as well. So if you could put them in the Zoom chat too, if you remember what they were.
Do you want me to just put it in the Zoom chat and not say it out loud?
I didn't add my performance to my 17. I just realized.
Sorry,
put
Matt.
that on
Was
when
that a
you-
yes or?
Yeah, go ahead and put it in the Zoom chat.
Okay.
That's fine. Hezrian, add your performance modifier too.
Thank you.
This is a long drawn out process, so I'm just basically covering you guys for the next like hour and a half, 2 hours. By the way, as you guys are forging these pieces of metal, not that any of you except for Hezrian are very used to being in this type of environment, but Hezrian, you almost immediately notice that though the metal is heating very close to the forge, you don't feel any heat yourself coming from the forge. Lex and B-Rad, you notice as well, but maybe it's just because it's a small. All right, so you guys continue forging. B-Rad, you rolled a 71 on that performance check. That's incredible. About an hour goes by, unless there's anything else that you guys would like to do. The rest of the sitting people. While Duveldra is just sitting on the stool, staring at Zaffer and the material that's sitting in front of him set out
Matt,
for.
Add the +2 to each of Josh's rolls. He didn't use the +2.
Okay.
That you said he could have.
Got it. And what are you making, Hezrian? You're muted.
Oh man. How much can I make if they're like a small like items?
I would say she gave you guys access to make anything from something very tiny to around the size of a short sword. She didn't give you anything that's a blank big enough to make like a long sword or a shield or a piece of armor or anything like that.
Oh, I'm just wondering how many items I can make.
In the time allotted, I would just say 1, unless they're very small items.
Okay, it's just like, what about like a bracelet?
A bracelet, I would say, depending on the style of the bracelet, could take a very long time, or if it's just a very simple bracelet, you could probably make multiples.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, shit. What are the metal she has?
In the scrap material pile, she had brass, bronze, iron, and steel.
Okay. Can I make like, let's say 4 or 5 just like simple bracelets?
Yeah, they'd probably be like cuffs, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
How
Very
many of like max of that can I make?
I would say roll a d6 for me. Actually, roll 2d6 and take the higher one.
Okay. 4.
4? Okay, so you have time to make 4 of them.
Okay, cool. That's solid.
Okay, what material are you going to use?
Brass.
All right. About an hour goes by as Duveldra is not really watching anyone else in the forge, is intensely curious about Zafar's process of forging with magic and the help of Onatar. So during this hour, she hardly moves a muscle. As the last moments tick by and Zafar's prayer begins to come to a close, the materials that he has laid out to form this teapot, which is one of the most interesting items I think he's had Onatar make, rise into the air as they always do. The wood carving itself into a perfect ball that almost comes off of one of the corners and then shaves around, creating a ball with a hole down the middle. The steel first, or it's steel, right? Yeah, first heats and then almost as though being hammered by a massive hydraulic press suddenly flattens, throwing sparks out around the periphery. And the brass for the handle rolls after being heated and forms a hollow tube that will become the handle. Once the flattened steel begins to mold itself into the shape of the teapot drawn on the sketch, the consecutive parts begin to move towards one another, and you can see very specific parts heating even higher as it gets ready to weld the various pieces onto one another. The lid of the teapot has a small, not a screw, but a post coming out of the top that's steel, and that heats up very, very hot, and the hole in the wooden ball pushes down onto it, throwing acrid smoke into the air. The rest of it welds together and then gently floats down to the ground. By the time it gets to the ground, it is completely cooled and polished as well. Zafir, you open your eyes and there is a little teapot, short and stout, sitting in front of you. Duveldra,
Right.
eyes wide, is just staring at it.
Just like I imagined it.
And you say that's with the help of Onatar.
Yeah, I am a cleric to Onatar, and it's a gift that it was bestowed on me.
How often can you do
His
that?
gift. Depends how long I get to rest in a day. I can do it twice, but every other time I need to like rest for a little while, like an hour or so.
And is there a restriction on what types of material you can use? Or can he do anything?
It has to have some sort of metal in it. It can't be
Okay.
like all wood or all cloth. But and then also it can't be too big, like I can't make a whole boat or something like that.
Right.
It's usually like I've made my armor with this method, but had to do it like one piece at a time, you know.
She steps closer to you as you mentioned that you made your armor with it, and kind of does a slow circle walking around you as you're finishing your sentence, just kind of feeling in various places the metal, and then looking very closely at certain areas as well that have been, impacted by a weapon or something, and looking at the damage it's sustained. What's the biggest thing you've ever done with it?
It might be Birad's shield. Did you see Birad's shield?
She kind of looks over to where B-Rad is currently pounding out a
It's
piece of brass.
clipped to his back. I made it attachable and detachable to his arm and his back.
That's impressive. Quite a feat of engineering that.
Yeah, that was my favorite one so far. like for being like clever with it,
And it always turns out exactly as you imagined?
No, not always. Sometimes there have been differences. Like when I made Hezrian's first set of armor before he started following Onatar. I didn't imagine it, but when his armor came out, all the studs were in the shape of angel wings. And I think that had to do with something in his past.
So there's a will behind it as well. So I've just witnessed an act of God, so to speak.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
Are you as good with your hands as you are with the praying?
I'm not as precise for sure, but I like what I make by hand. I just am not as consistent. That's what I'm trying to get better at. That's what I wanted to like watch you and like maybe forge something for you by hand and let you see like what I'm not doing right or what I could do better and stuff like that,
All right. I might have you do that again and make something more intricate later, if that's okay with you. I'm just very curious.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Oh, and would you prefer to talk in Elvish?
She replies in Elvish. You speak Elvish?
Yeah, remember I responded last time. But
Oh yeah,
we didn't
no,
get to
never mind. She doesn't
elaborate
say
on
that
it.
then.
Yeah.
Maybe if it was just the two of us, but I'd hate to be rude to everyone else.
Good point.
Did you want
All
to
right.
try to forge something now? Or did you have to go back?
Yeah, do you want me to do it by, well, if they're still forging, I can probably do something in the time before they finish up, maybe.
Okay.
At least maybe I can do a dagger or just, I can make a blank, Damascus blank or something.
Go ahead and grab something from the scrap pile and get started. I'll supervise all of you and give tips as I can.
I'm gonna get as much Damascus as I can and try, or not Damascus, as much brass as I can. I'm just gonna like, well, I'm gonna ask Divulger actually. Do you know if you fold and stack brass the same way, if it would come out with some sort of Damascus pattern like Damascus steel?
Do you mean two different mixtures of brass? Two different?
Yeah.
I can imagine it
Probably
would.
like use brass, but figure out how to give it like a Damascus pattern, but I don't know how to do that.
I've never had a need to before. It's not really useful in weapons or armor.
It'd be decoration. I've just never done it before. Onatar is the brass dragon, so I've never actually got to work with brass.
Interesting. Here, try this. And she grabs a slightly larger bit of brass and hands it to you. This one's got a different mixture than what I usually use. My daughter made it and it's just not quite right, but you can see it's a little bit darker than the rest of the brass I make. So try that. Try mixing those two.
All right, cool. So I'll take those and start heating them and then try and form them into a blank.
Okay, perfect. So to fast forward us a little bit, Zafford, go ahead and make the check I'd normally have you make for forging. I don't remember what it is. You guys spend the better part of the next hour and a half after that initial hour, so 2 hours and 30 minutes total time spent forging, working on your beginner projects, and those of you that are not beginners, your more intricate projects. Lex, as you begin creating your weapon, the thing that is the most apparent is that, holy crap, this takes a lot of muscle to do. You're used to swinging very light things around, the short swords and daggers and your bow, though it has a long draw weight. This is incredibly different from that. So your arms are getting very tired, but you do manage to move the steel as you would like, and end up with, by the time the 2.5 hours are done, a very rough blank for a dagger. You've got the rough shape of the blade, the cross guard, and then the tang as well. It needs a lot of refinement, but it's a very good start. B-Rad.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. You can go ahead and
Oh,
respond to that if you
Okay.
like.
Yeah. I was gonna look at it and think like, not too bad, and then I'll go to Zephyr, be like, "What you think?" You're muted.
You're muted. It's got a few hairline cracks
Sure.
in the steel, Zephyr, and it's some of the hammer work has made it where on one side it's just a little bit too thin and one side's too thick, that kind of thing.
That looks really good. You did a great job for your first time. And she was like sitting there watching me the whole time, so you didn't even really get to ask me the question. Good job.
Thanks. It doesn't look like this one because I'm not a professional, but I thought, not too bad. Maybe one day I'd be decent at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to try and make one of these like to-go forges, so I can always have a forge with me. But I'll have to talk to the Goldra because I don't think I can take one with me, or at least not if I don't know how to make a more safe fire. But
That makes sense.
maybe you can use that later.
Oh, Zephyr, you would have noticed as well that the flame in the forge does not give off any noticeable heat, though the metal does heat as normal. As you're forging, you would have noticed that. Sorry.
Zephyr's just like mind blown, but like knows it's magic.
Okay.
He'd probably get curious and like reach in towards it a little bit, see how close he could get before it got warm.
You reach in and you're about 2 inches away from the flame and no appreciable heat is coming off. Duveldra kind of looks at you and smiles.
Will it burn me if I touch it?
Why don't you give it a shot? Wait, are you
I'll
made of
put my
metal
whole
or is that
hand
just
in.
brass? Coloring.
Let's find out.
You put your hand in.
No, I'm not.
You don't do it?
No, Alexa told me I was muted.
So are you putting your hand
And
in
I
or
said,
not?
no, I'm not. Yeah, I as soon as she said, why don't you do it and find out, I put it in.
Okay, you put your hand in and immediately feel nothing.
How do you do that fire? Because that would be so useful.
It's magic. You have to prepare it through a ritual. She takes out one of the pouch that she had and one of the red beads and hands it over to you. It's almost like a shell of translucent red with a liquid sloshing around in the middle of it. Essentially, you make at a time about 10 of these, and it's all made by magic. You don't have to provide any materials or anything. And when you're ready to start a fire, you squeeze it, break it, and then throw it into the place you want the fire to go. It can't hurt anybody, but it can heat up steel.
So it can't hurt anything like organic, like trees or
Right.
people. That's really cool.
It also wouldn't, for instance, if you put your arm in there with armor on, it wouldn't burn your armor. It wouldn't even heat it.
So it's like a smart fire.
Essentially.
That's really cool. Okay, sorry, Alexa's headphones came unplugged. How would it be possible for me to like make one of these forges? Like do you think it would be, we could like work together to design something that might fold down together and be a little bit more compact for travel? So I
To
could
carry
have
with you?
something like this. Yeah.
These ones would be far too bulky, but I think I can imagine a design
Yeah,
that would
that's what
work
I was
that way.
thinking.
With telescoping legs and maybe if you could have the actual forge body come apart. Do you need not to be rude or anything, but how heavy would you be able to handle?
I'm pretty strong. I need to like unload some stuff probably before I could be able to carry much, but I could carry it. 50 pounds would be a lot, but not like undoable.
I think with some clever work, we might be able to get it down to half that. It would take some time. It's not just a matter of designing it, it's forging it as well, because you'll notice that those are made of metal and they're not burning in the forge. They're not melting. I have to
Yeah.
weave some spells over it as it's being forged, and
Okay,
that's a
gotcha.
time-consuming process, but I wouldn't mind doing that, certainly.
That would be amazing.
We'll have to make time at
If
some
you have
point
time
then.
to do it, that'd be amazing.
I don't think
Okay.
we'll have time tonight.
Probably not. My check, by the way, was at 22.
For forging? Okay. Cool. B-Rat, next. You finish your work to a level that you are happy with. It's by no means a perfect representation of Zafir. It's not even really an apprentice effort. The proportions are wrong. The small details just don't make sense. Like his scales are more just carved in with a small chisel rather than being, slightly lifted off his body. It looks like if a complete novice to working clay tried to make a person out of it. Not a child, but just a person. So it's got the rough shape. You can tell what it is. It's not perfect. But you think it's the best you're going to get. And I wouldn't say you're even dissatisfied with it. For your first time working with metal, it's a good effort. And finally, Hezrian, you make 4 simple cuffed bracelets of brass. They have a very lovely hammered look to them. They wrap kind of most of the way around your wrist, so you kind of just slot it on, turn it to actually put it on. They're all brightly polished with the hammered look. They reflect the light from the pseudo wisps around very, very nicely.
Sweet.
And Zafir, what were you forging? I forgot.
I was just making a blank brass Damascus.
Oh,
blank.
yeah, with a 22. You do manage to, it's a little bit of a struggle at first, getting the 2 different brasses to weld together, the content of metal being different in both of them, but you manage it after a while by heating them in varying heats. So the one that has, that's a little bit more dense, you heat that more, and the one that's less dense, you heat that less, and you eventually get them to stick. Ending up with probably, I would say, a 48 layer Damascus by the end of 2 hours. That has essentially just a very silvery brass and then a more gold brass in sequence. It looks like a Damascus steel blank, but in brass, it's a really weird and interesting piece of metal.
And with the hardness of brass, would it make a good weapon or not make a good weapon?
No, it wouldn't
don't
make
know.
a good weapon. It would be okay for decorations on a weapon, or even like an inlay on a weapon, but it's not going to be a very strong sword or hammer or anything. Actually, no, you might be able to make a hammer out of it. A sword wouldn't work because it wouldn't keep its edge, or an axe, but a hammer might work.
Okay. Cool.
So you guys finish your forging work, all of you, and Duveldra looks over all your work and smilingly heaps praises on all of you as you take your first steps into the world of metalworking. I'm so glad you could all make something. I'm very interested in the choices you made as to why you made the things you did. Lex, I think I understand yours at the very least, but Hezrian, are you a jeweler? Do you make jewelry a lot? Because those are lovely.
No, it's just honestly the first thing that came to my head. I have an idea, but we can't reveal it yet.
All right. Well, you might not have any trouble selling those around town if you decide to, but
I appreciate it.
do with them what you will. B-Rad, why'd you
Also
make,
did a-
I think that's meant to be Zafir, right?
Totally. No,
Um,
it looks
Yeah.
just like.
it looks like him exactly, almost.
Well, why'd you make him?
Because there was brass, and he's brass, and he forges. So I'd forge him into himself.
She kind of pats you on the arm where your bicep would be. Well, it's a great job. I can see why you would do that now. Kind of turns more to the group at large. Thank you all for spending some time with me this evening. It was nice having some other people around for once. I think I'm gonna go home, get some rest. She looks kind of up in the general direction of where the stars would be if they weren't covered by the canopy. I mean, you guys know what time it is, right? It's like just after midnight at this point. So you might want to get some rest too. I know you guys are leaving tomorrow.
Yeah, but we'll be back.
I hope so. I hope to see you all again.
All right, cool. Thank you so much for probably could get your enchantments and stuff on it if you choose to, but I'm glad I could give you some sort of placeholder.
It's a lovely trophy in any case. Well, good night, everyone. I hope to see you hopefully in a few days. Be careful out there and take care of my son.
Of course. Good night. We will take care of him.
She kind of waves as she walks away.
Thank you again.
B-Rad, seriously, that looks just like me. You did a really good job.
Thank you.
I'm gonna look at the little Zephyr and then look at Zephyr, then back at it and just. Yep.
Okay, so what would you guys like to do?
You guys want to head back to the tap?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I'm
definitely
game.
getting tired. Is Claw still an owl or whatever she is?
As far as I
Must be a
know.
hoot.
I will you, Kalora. If
You guys
you're awake,
Michael, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me?
how about
I can
now?
hear you, Kalora.
Okay. Kalora is just back at the bar. She's hanging out. Probably dancing.
I
Eating.
think Zafir was about to cast sending to her.
Yeah, I was casting. If you're a bird still, we're going back to the tavern. We are done forging. Okay, bye.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of always a bird, but right now I'm just me. I'll see you in a couple minutes. I'm here eating.
Okay, so she's already at the tavern.
If Kalora would have come back to the chestnut, I would have probably gone over to just talk to her after somebody got there that I also knew.
Yeah, I'll say you got there first, Leo, and then Kalora came in a little bit later. You guys have been sitting together and probably both ate something at some point.
Mhm.
Everyone else, you make your way back towards the Kicking Chestnut. It's not a very long distance and get there within a couple minutes. Opening the door, you do see Kalora and Leo sitting together at one of the tables.
I would have, I'll wave. How did it go?
It went well. Look at B-Rad's creation.
Yeah, doing really well. Really well.
But before
Look, I made
everybody steps into the
Zephyr.
bar, sorry, before everybody
sorry.
goes in, Excuse me, not before everybody goes in, but as everybody goes in, I'll stop outside the bar, look at plants and the trees around me, and just mentally say, thanks for protecting me and letting me be here. Just kind of like a sign of respect before I go to the bar.
So as you guys all kind of join back up at the bar, Vera, you are currently absolutely belting down the river in the boat that was sent from Valahastra after your first investigation of the tower. Investigation / rescue mission, that is. These boats generally don't travel this fast. This would probably be the quickest that you have ever been in one. And that's both a combination of being downriver, traveling downriver, and the fact that one of your companions spoke to the boat and in pleading terms asked it to essentially go as fast as possible. And you can tell at this point the boat is lifting out of the water in the front. Your companion that is injured still hasn't woken up. Her pulse is now weaker than it was when you plucked her out of the tower. The sweat on her brow has mostly dried, and she is now just hot and dry. Completely silent with no movement.
Vera would be trying to find any towels to kind of wipe her friend's brow and trying to cool her down as much as she can. Because she isn't conscious, right?
No,
she's still
not at all.
unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she's just trying to keep her alive until they get back to the village.
Perfect. And speaking of that, you are very near to the village. A journey which usually takes several hours, at least sometimes up to 12 hours, has taken you closer to 6. The boat got there in like 4 or 5 hours, which is shocking, unladen, and then it's very near to Valahastra now. As you take the final moments of the journey, the boat slows down into the small lake underneath the tree that you are aiming for. You all clamber out of the boat carrying the injured member of the Blades into one of the baskets, and you begin heading up, making the journey towards the top. As you arrive, you all immediately and hurriedly pull her out of the basket onto the main central square where the, if you look at the map, it's that central one where the high council chambers, not the map that's on right now, the one we were on previously.
Oh, okay.
You see, looking around you, there are not a lot of lights on, not surprisingly at this time. It's around 12:30, 12:45. The only building that seems to have any sign of life is the Kicking Chestnut. Your party look to you for guidance. Where should we take her?
Well, I think we need to take her into the Chestnut. They seem to be the only ones with lights on. We need to hurry, though. We need to find someone to help her.
We could see if Uranus is still awake. He might know what's going on.
Oh, I mean, we should probably see if there's at least a healer right inside the Chestnut. Maybe Uranus might be a better idea. And she's just kind of frantically trying to figure out what is to be the best situation. So she, how about one of you guys stay here with her? One tries to go get Uranus, and I'll see if I can find anyone at the tavern. And
all right, let's just go. Let's do it. I'll stay here. The other one just darts off towards the university looking for Uranus, and you head to the Chestnut.
Yeah.
When you arrive, you slam open the doors and enter.
So when I enter, what do I
Looking-
see? Like how many? Just
There are, sorry, looking around, you see a bunch of people have already gone to bed. So it's pretty sparse in here. When you look initially, you see probably only 2 or 3 Eladrin here, and they are not ones that you're familiar enough, and certainly not healers. Looking around, you see a group of strangers, however, that you have never seen before, of a bunch of different races, which is a very strange sight here in Valahastra. You see, actually, do we want to do like a little describe yourself thing? All right. Rising hand, as this person slams the doors open, looking frantic, of the kicking chestnut. Vera, please describe what you look like.
so when she slams open the door, you see a petite Eladrin elf with bright red hair pulled back in a ponytail. She almost looks like she's in. The only thing I can compare it to is almost like Roman armor, but red and gold armor, and there's nothing too crazy that stands out besides just her bright red hair, which I don't know if Eladrins usually have bright red hair, but sorry.
It's fine. She could have altered it herself if they don't.
Yeah,
so no big deal.
probably. But that's really, she just looks panicked and not really taking in the full scene of the tavern, just kind of looking around, seeing if she can find anyone that looks maybe to be a healer.
Okay. I'm going to have you make an insight check, Vera, and let's start with B-Rad. Go ahead and describe yourself.
So B-Red is a real beefy person thing. I don't think he's a person, but he's warforged. He's like 7.5 feet tall. He's 400 pounds, and he's red. Dark red. He's really round.
Actually, he's
made
not
of.
red anymore.
Oh yeah. Well,
He's like graphite,
right.
dark.
Yeah,
red eyes.
graphite. But he's got red eyes. And yeah, I mean, he kind of looks just like a giant rock.
Okay, Claribold.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. And I forgot I have a shield attached to the back of me now.
Yep, that looks
So-
like a terrifying smiling
Very-
face.
Yeah.
I'm Clairbold. I'm a paladin, a very normal, traditional-looking paladin wearing chainmail. Nothing spectacular. No special markings. I would say if you weren't in a panic, you'd be able to probably notice that the stylings are different on the weapons and armor that Clairbold wears in comparison to the rest of the group. 6 foot tall, average build. Battle worn.
Killer mustache.
Amazing mustache. I mean, he paid good money for it.
Yes, he did. Cool. Hezrian.
Oh, I forgot to mention the tattoo on my
Yes.
chest, but
B-Rad
yeah.
does have a tattoo on his
that's my
chest.
most defining thing on my body. So
All right, so you've got a dark, grayish, blackish tiefling. You're around 6'2". Horns are also blackish as well. Yellow eyes, and I have brass armor, half plate, I believe, and just chilling there. This person bursts in the door, and he just turns around like, the fuck. And then that's really it right there.
Okay, perfect. Lex.
All right, so you see an air genasi, which means I have a light blue skin, blue hair that's slowly starting to turn silver. I have a timber gray cloak hood is not up. I'd have a short bow on my back with a quiver on my side and equipped with blades as well. And I'm most likely probably just wearing like kind of like Hezrin's, like what the fuck sort of look like, what just like who just walked in. But yeah, and my hair is constantly like blowing in the wind.
Perfect.
So yep.
Leo.
I'm another Eladrin. I have silver hair, warm ivory skin. I'm wearing a long sleeve like blue dress shirt with a like beige vest and matching beige pants. And I have like a like kind of different from the other pseudo wisps. I have a will-o-wisp that's kind of hovering around me. That's kind of right now like a palish purple. And then I would probably look concerned hearing the slamming and commotion.
As a note, you two would be aware of each other, not
Yeah.
close by any means, but Vera, you would know Leo is a member of a rather prominent family in Valahastra. His mother owns the forge, and his father's on the council.
So I would recognize him.
You would recognize him, but you guys wouldn't be like friendly. I wouldn't say like on very good speaking terms or whatever, but you would certainly
Okay.
recognize him, and you would know that Vera is a member of the Blades, who has been tasked with responsibilities leading various groups over the years, though she is not in a position of power herself. She is relied upon in certain situations.
I don't know if we discussed this. Do all of I can't remember. Do all the blades have the same similar looking armor?
No, they don't. They're
Okay.
various. They do have a symbol that some of them choose to wear, but with all the varied skill sets that exist within the Blades, it wouldn't make sense for them all to have a uniform, so they don't have one.
I forgot to mention, you do see that symbol on my armor.
Yeah, the symbol looks like an elven blade, downward facing, very stylized.
I would have probably seen that most
Yeah,
likely.
absolutely. Well, you would recognize her as a member of the Blades
Right,
too,
right,
anyway.
yeah.
So, Kalora.
So you see a halfling girl. She's got kind of dirty blonde hair, kind of like that. She has a flower crown. She's probably got some like twigs and leaves in her hair right now too, because she was just a bird. I imagine she's eating like a turkey leg or some indiscriminate meat.
No meat.
None?
No, not in Valhastra.
Damn. Then she's
If
eating
you're
bread.
craving meat, you'd have mushrooms.
Yeah, no, she wouldn't. I mean, Kalora probably would. No, she's just like eating some bread. Probably a little bit's like hanging out of her mouth right now. She doesn't have any shoes on, just some light leather armor. Generally looks happy. Her wisps have kind of a mix to them right now between the happy to anxious to confused.
Just realized I never told Vera what the wisps are.
Oh.
In Valahastra and the Feywild in general, there are small orbs of light around the size of a golf ball that float around and they tend to be attracted to light. They're called pseudo wisps.
Yeah, Alexa did tell me a little bit about them.
Fantastic. They change color based on emotions of not just people around, predominantly people, but also the environment itself. So Kaloras are representing the things she just mentioned. Zafir.
Look pretty much like the picture you see right now, except for right now, all of my scales are brass to match my armor. He would actually probably be looking, if you're pretty obviously panicked, he'd probably be looking over there concerned, because he's got pretty good passive insight.
Cool. Tito Tilly.
I am a rock boy. And I'm an extra small rock bard. I'm only
Can't hear you, dude. Are you guys vacuuming or something?
I think that's his laptop.
Oh, I see.
Okay, how about now?
Better.
Okay, well, I can't hear you guys. Now can I hear you guys?
I don't know. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
us?
Great.
I am a rock and board. And I have a top hat on, and it has a couple flowers in it. One you could like blow music or blow air into it, and it plays like music. And I have these awesome white and gold bagpipes that I'm probably always showing off.
Perfect. Logan.
I am a human. I'm 6'3" and I have long brown hair that's braided down my back. I have these big yellow and orange pants on, and then these badass wraps around my wrists and ankles that have skulls on them.
Hell yeah. All right. So that's what you see as you step into the building.
All right. And for you said insight, right? For my role.
Yes.
I had gotten at 18.
18. Okay. So looking around at the group of people in front of you, you do, of course, recognize Leo as somebody who can use magic, but the Dragonborn does look like he might have some healing abilities.
So quickly taking this all in, she quickly rushes up to your table and kind of slams her hands on the table. And she's just like, is any one of you a healer of any sorts?
Yes, what do you need?
My friend, well, comrade, she's in grave danger. I don't know what's wrong with her. Something has
Okay,
happened
let's go.
horrible.
Where is she?
Where is she?
Yeah. I follow
Outside in the market square, not far.
I would rush outside as she says that.
I would
Me
go as
too.
well.
I would too.
Yep, same.
So you guys-
She rushes out with
Me
you.
too. Rushing.
You guys rush outside to an area very near where the basket that you guys came up in is. There is an elf standing by one of the members of the Blades, kind of worryingly kneeling over a prone body on the ground. And as you guys get over there, you can see that whoever this person is, she is in very dire straits. You can tell her skin is very flushed. Her brow is very hot. She just looks really bad, weak, almost on death's door.
What seems like it's wrong with her?
Hard to say. You can make a medicine check if you like.
May I also make a medicine check?
Sure.
Actually, instead of looking for something medicinal, can I make an Arcana check and see if something maybe magical?
Yeah, go for it.
I would also like to do one if that's fine.
15 total for
Yeah, it's
Arcana.
25 for medicine.
Okay. What was your Arcana check, Clarabelle?
15.
15. And Leo?
I'll use my portent for this. I got a 20.
20. Okay. Zafir, looking over the woman, you kind of kneel and begin just doing an initial investigation of what could be wrong. She doesn't look injured in any way. She looks almost as though she's just very sick. Like you've seen people that catch very bad diseases that leave them bedridden, unconscious, and fevered. It looks like that. It also kind of reminds you of. Actually, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't remind you of that. Never mind. Leo, you can tell that this seems to be a magical ailment.
I'm gonna cast try and figure out like, well, I want to cast Greater Restoration to try and move whatever is in her body, be it a curse or like magically imposed illness. To get it.
Did I notice anything?
Clarebolt, it's too difficult to really say. It could be magical, but you're not certain.
And you said I can tell it's of magical nature. What's wrong with her?
And
I'll communicate that to Zephyr as I'm leaning down with them.
Yeah, as you go.
Probably lay on hands and just try and give like 10 HP or something like that.
Okay.
Can I ask sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna go up to Vera. Well, the panic-looking Eldrin that came in. What happened to her?
We were investigating the phenomenon that's been going around, and she teleported to what was it?
The tower.
Or
Or well, she was trying to teleport to the university.
Yeah. She teleported to the tower, and then she was supposed to be coming back, but she didn't. So we went to go rescue her, and we found her like this.
She was in the exact same spot, or she ended up in the tower?
She was on the top floor of the tower.
Well, the
You went
topmost
into the
floor that you could reach. It was up the staircase. It was just like it's like 550 feet up. The tower kept going up further, but
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood your text.
no problem. Yeah. So essentially, she was trying to teleport to the university because, well, I'll just do it how Vera did it, like the information she gave you. She was trying to teleport to the university. She ended up in the tower. So they went to go rescue her and found her there.
You don't want to go in that tower.
Why not?
We that's where we came from, but let's let them focus on her, and then as soon as she's in the clear, then we'll figure the shit out.
So,
Well, I don't care what I just want to save her. That's all that's important to me right now.
Well, between the Dragonborn, the guy in the metal, and the halfling, someone's going to be able to do something. And I don't know about Leo, but he might be able to. But trust me, that Dragonborn, he got it.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Can I like take a look at her body and like maybe look at like her veins and see if like there's any like evidence of poison in her?
Sure. Go ahead and make a medicine check as Zephyr is casting Greater Restoration.
So I'm right beside, so I would hear Leo say it's definitely magical as well.
Yes, you would hear that.
I can dispel magic. I mean, I can try.
Yeah, let me get through the
Sorry,
Zephyr
after-
casting Greater Restoration thing real quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So Zephyr, you actually managed to cast it as the kind of the chaos around you dims while you're casting the spell as people are talking. You feel the magic leave, and as you're, do you have to touch somebody to cast Greater Restoration? You do, right? Yeah. As you kind of touch her to cast it, you feel when the magic leaves, her core temperature, her body temperature lower to what is closer to a normal level. Though she does not wake.
As soon as I feel that, I'll follow it with a fourth level.
A what? You muted yourself halfway through that sentence.
Sorry, fourth level cure wounds.
Okay.
As I feel her go back to normal a little bit, like feeling like Greater Restoration has worked to remove whatever was there.
Sure. Go ahead and roll healing for that. She doesn't awaken yet, though. She's still unconscious, but you can feel her temperature returning. Clarebold, what were you going to do? Sorry.
Sorry, I was muted. No, I mean, if it seems, doesn't seem like greater restoration to me as well.
You can't really tell a difference
I can't
from just
really
looking
tell.
at her.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
I'll just hold tight for a second then.
Okay.
Yes, so that's 22.
22. Okay, gotcha. Leo, as Zephyr casts the spell, you kind of take a moment to actually look at this this member of the Blades on the ground, and you recognize her as Melina is her name. Melaina, sorry. It's spelled Maleanna, I think. Yeah, Malaeenna. Who is one of the more talented casters within the Blades. She doesn't really fight up close and personal like a lot of the Blades do. She's one of their few very talented spellcasters. You'd seen her around the university a bunch, though. Again, you're not like best friends with her or anything. You're both aware of each other.
Got it.
And you've also picked up that you guys told somebody to teleport to the tower, and this was that person, right? Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Cool. So is after you pump the healing into her as well, after the greater restoration seems to have an effect, and you feel no change in her condition, though she stays cool at normal body temperature. You can sense that in continuing your medical investigation of her pulse is still very weak and inconsistent, her breathing shallow. And when you pick up one of her hands, she has a significant tremor that's still racking through her body.
Vera goes up to Leo, seeing the Dragonborn's trying to help the Blades, and so she goes up to him and she's like, "Are you aware of anything that could be causing this? I know a little bit about the message. I would know about the message about her.
You would know that Leo was
Yeah.
the one who sent the message. Yeah.
Okay. So did you know this could happen or anything along these lines?
I mean, the same thing did not happen to me when I teleported. Honestly, we'll probably have to take her to Uranus. I think he's probably the best person to take her to after everybody kind of gets done with examining her. I think that's our best bet, because I'm really not too sure what's going on.
Yeah, I had sent the other guard there, and I sent them to Uranus, right? Or
Yeah, it's IRAN. So
okay.
Uranus.
Sorry.
Yes, you did. No, you're
I
fine.
wasn't.
You're not going to know the names. That's not a big deal.
I
Yeah, you
had
did.
already sent the other blade to go find Uranus for us, but I was hoping someone at the tavern could help a little bit at least until we get Uranus here.
Sure, I totally understand. Hopefully, if he doesn't show up soon, we can probably at least meet him halfway on his way here.
Okay. So you guys watch as Zephyr, after casting 2 spells in quick succession, begins starting the ritual. You guys would recognize this spell as he's cast it in front of you many times. He's holding a pearl and is beginning to cast Identify. Or are you casting it ritually, Zephyr, or are you casting it immediately?
I'm gonna cast it, so it'll just take a minute.
Yeah, so it's not a ritual, but he begins the process of casting Identify with the pearl.
Sorry.
Yeah, just in the spell it said if you cast it on a creature, it can tell what spell might be affecting it or something.
Yep. What were you gonna say, Clarebold? We got a minute before this spell goes off, so if you want to do something.
Can I just divine sense and detect good and evil?
Sure.
I would would communicate that he's not quite sure what's going on, so. Or like when he like lifted his arm up and he said like we
I probably would have said,
or am I just assuming too much?
I probably would have been, she seems more stable, but I'm still not quite sure what's wrong, but I'm going to try and find out still.
So you pop divine sense, and
Yeah,
you don't
divine
sense
sense.
anything that is identified from that spell within the range of that.
Okay.
So nothing too bad from there. The minute slowly ticks by, each second seeming to take an hour before Zephyr, your identify spell goes off. And it's a hodgepodge of spells that are affecting her. Some of which you recognize from the room in the tower that you met Leo in, the runes on the floor. There is a sleep spell that's still affecting her. There is a few other enchanting school spells that are affecting her. They kind of weave together and out, and some of the spells you're not familiar with, but the general sense of it is this sleep spell is keeping her asleep, and then there is something sapping her energy from her, actually pulling it away and dissipating it to the air around. Kind of like it immediately harkens back to when Leo put his hand on the door or the stained glass, and it just sucked his energy away, that kind of thing.
Can I feel that spell, like, or can I identify that spell enough to the point where I would be able to dispel it specifically if I use dispel magic, or is it more just like I know it's there but I can't?
You know it's there. You could try to dispel it. It's a spell you're unfamiliar with. It's a spell that even if, I mean, all of you would be unfamiliar with it, unfortunately. So you can try it, but you're not sure what the results would be.
Okay, I don't think I have dispel magic prepared, so it's kind of a moot point.
Sure.
Same.
What was
It
the last thing you
seems
said?
like,
What was the last
you
thing
know
you said,
how the
Zephyr?
runes, well, the runes that were in the, it seems like the magic that was in those might be affecting her. So there's a spell on her right now that's making her sleep, but I don't really know if waking her up would be good by removing that, because there's other spells that are affecting her that we need to, I think, like pick them off of her basically, but I'm not super sure how to do that.
Honestly, it might be better to just leave her asleep at this point, because maybe if she was awake,
Yeah, I
she'd be in
think-
pain.
I think her being asleep is
Matt.
good, but there's also something draining her energy. So we need to make sure we're healing her every once in a while to make sure she stays stable. Leo, remember when you put your hand to the door and all these stairs appeared, but it was like holding you there and hurting you as it did it? It's something like that is affecting her. So we need to make sure she's continuing to be healed.
Okay.
Tito, what were you saying?
I was gonna ask, because I knew how to cast the spell sleep at one point, so
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, would I like recognize this like at all, like what he was talking about, and be able to provide any insights on how to help, maybe?
Well, you would know that a sleep spell can be dispelled relatively easily, and you can also wake someone up from a sleep spell really easily. Yeah, I wouldn't say you without Zephyr saying that, oh, this is a sleep spell, you wouldn't really recognize that it was, because it's just a sleeping person, right? But you do have insight into what a sleep spell is and how it works, so you would know how to wake someone up from a sleep spell.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't wake her up because she'd probably be in a lot of pain, but she's just asleep.
Can one of you pick her up and we can start maybe meeting Uranus halfway?
I'll slowly pick her up, like really carefully, and start moving in whatever direction Leo Flynn or Vera.
I'll help carry her as well. I mean, she is my comrade.
The other member of the Blades kind of taps you on the shoulder, Vera. I'm going to head to the, what are they going to call it? The headquarters of the Blades. I'm going to head there and give a report, so they know what's going on. Everyone that's left.
Good
anyway.
idea. Thank you. We'll take care of her from here.
All right. You know where to
Leo
find me if you
Flynn,
need me.
you can, Leo Flynn, you might want to message the university guy ahead and kind of let him know what we figured out, that there's a bunch of spells affecting her that might need to be stripped off.
Yeah, I'll cast sending to Uranus.
Okay.
Matt. We are bringing Milena to you. Please be ready to investigate the spells that are affecting her. We will be there soon.
Okay. Barely a moment goes by before you get a response. I was halfway there. I'll turn around and begin preparing.
I'll start leading them towards the university.
Okay. You guys make your way across the various connectors leading to the university, arriving. Actually, he would have said as well, bring her to the lab. He would have said that as part of it. So you enter the university and take a left instead of a right this time, heading to one of the classrooms that's generally used to teach various healing and magical healing scenarios, that kind of thing. And you see Uranus already waiting there for you when you step in. He's got a table prepared, basically an examination table with various potions and a couple different books stacked on one side. Please lay her down. We need to get started. What do you know of the condition?
I'll lay her down, and as I start to tell him, or right before I start to tell him, I'll cast a first level Cure Wounds. So she is under effect of a sleep spell right now, but we thought it would be best not to wake her up in case she's in pain. Something is draining her energy. That's why I healed her again, but it's just magically draining her. There's a lot of spells affecting her right now. I was going to try to dispel them one at a time, but I don't have that prepared right now, and I'm not.
I see. Better get
I
started
did
then.
cast
I can
Greater
I can
Restoration on
dispel.
her, and it brought her body temperature down. But
Zafir, I
that's
can
all right.
dispel right now.
Okay, whatever.
I can cast dispel magic twice.
I think we should wait. I think we should wait and determine what it is that's affecting her first. If we dispel the wrong thing first, it might cause complications, especially if there's multiple spells weaving together. We don't know what their effects might be. Let me look at it first. If any one of you has an ability to heal, I would see if you can give her some of that every once in a while so we make sure she doesn't expire on the table.
I'm gonna go
I
ahead
think
and
we'll all take
cast
turns healing.
Good Berry.
I know a little bit of healing, not much, but I can be of some help.
I would say every 2 minutes, give her just a bit. He begins pouring over the body, kind of making various checks of pulse, heart rate, breathing, all kinds of different things as he begins getting into the investigation. He opens a book and is cross-referencing the symptoms with that. As he's, reading and examining, he asks you guys some questions about, I'll just do it in role play. Is this the one that teleported?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is my fault. Great. Leo, you teleported into that same building. What happened to you?
When it happened, did we say it was the disintegrate spell? I can't remember what we said. What I thought we said we knew what spell it was that did it to me.
That was, you didn't know specifically what spell was cast. You looked at the runes later and determined that one of them was the disintegrate spell, and there were a bunch of others as well. Disintegrate was one of the ones that wasn't broken, so that was an active rune.
Okay, gotcha.
Can I turn to Logan and ask her for a piece of parchment and something to write with? Oh, I'm gonna just turn to Logan and ask her that.
And
Yeah,
I'll
I would have
mention
been
right now.
taking notes during this time as well.
Here you go.
No. Thanks. And then I start writing down from memory the runes I saw.
Okay.
Like when I hear them talking about runes.
Perfect.
From the room.
I'm not sure exactly which spell affected me. I know there was a disintegrate spell that was still active though. And then we already know that there was a sleep spell that's on her right now.
Okay. So
whenever I'm done, I hand the paper to Iranus.
Okay, cool. So as you guys are just watching and every once in a while healing as you can, Uranus, you notice him very gently and subtly casting spells, almost like he's probing the waters, so to speak. You would recognize things like minor restoration and cure wounds and things like that. And he's paying very close attention to the reaction of Melina when the spell is cast to see if there's any bad effects or if the condition improves. As Lex, you finish your drawing and hand it over to him, he takes a step away and gets some light from one of the torches on the walls to examine it in greater detail, and begins just kind of tracing a line around this interrune and going around, paying very close attention to each one of the smaller runes that make up the large rune. Once he's done, which only takes a minute or so, he steps forward. It seems that there are quite a few spells. These looked exactly as this. These broken runes here, and he points at a couple of the broken ones. Those were inactive. Yes?
Yes.
I think so.
Right. We're probably very lucky then, because I think we might be able to fix this. Leo, you must have been healed quickly. Yes?
Yes, Zafir healed me
Yeah,
quickly
we
upon
healed
my
him pretty
arrival.
fast when they
Vera, how long did it take for you and your compatriots to arrive at the scene?
The scene. Oh,
Would have been like 3 hours.
okay. And then 6 hours to get here, right?
It was 3 hours to get to run up to the tower from where the blade's main body
Mhm.
was, and then it was 4 hours for the boat unladen to get to you, then 6 hours back.
Okay.
So getting to the place where she was 3 hours.
Sorry. It was 3 hours roughly. I mean,
Well, that could be part of our issue. These runes don't all activate immediately. Some of them activate. You can see here, he's really only talking to Leo at this point because he's the only wizard in the room. You can see the rune here means delay, and it connects these two. The entrapment, disintegrate, the sleep spell, those are all instantaneous, as well as this one, which I don't recognize. It's something like a drain vitality. I can't really read the specifics. It's highly irregular. But then there are further ones that activate later on. These would have activated over the course of the 3 hours she was there, and it looks like there's a lot of binding here. Binding her to something else. I don't know what it is, the other thing, but her energy has been connected to either another object, a person. It's hard to say. It could be the gym you told me of. I just don't know.
So her life force is possibly tied to the tower.
That's
Or
conjecture.
whatever magical
But
ability she has, possibly.
something is being drawn from her and being taken somewhere else. Now, the good news is, I think I can reverse the more dangerous parts. I don't believe that I will be able to completely stabilize and wake her up until we determine what she's connected to and either destroy it or dispel it. If we
so
had
does
both of
that
them in the
mean
same room. Sorry, go ahead.
Does that mean going back to the tower?
I'm not sure it would be at the tower. I can do some scans tonight after I remove the more dangerous parts and see if I can determine a magical signature that closely matches the spell that I see cast on her, but it would only be a rough estimate. I think that would be the best, but for now, I need to go about getting the rest of this taken care of, and then perhaps before you all leave tomorrow, I can get these scans completed and hopefully give us a better idea of where we need to go to save her. Essentially, what we'll need is whatever object this is, if it's able to be carried, I'll need you to bring it here, and I can dispel the spell on both of them at the same time. Or if it's not big enough to be carried, you could destroy it, and that should break the spell as well.
Understood. I'm like
Leo.
writing all this down while he's saying this.
How will
need-
we know what the correct object is?
He's going to scan.
That's going to be difficult. I will, after my scan, have a greater idea of how we can manage that. And maybe I can tell Leo or any of you that can identify objects, what to look for. This is not a spell that I know by name, but I could describe its general sense, and perhaps you'd be able to identify it.
If one of us has a locate object spell, that could possibly help us.
It's possible, as long as it
I
isn't
could
shielded from
probably
that.
do that tomorrow if need be. Do you guys here believe in life restoring magic or like revivify?
Necromancy. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
The more civilized bits of necromancy are fine. We do not practice bringing life back from death unless we can do so in a way that will ensure that no change is made from the person as they were living to their reborn self.
I know some people don't believe in that, so I wanted to ask before I offered, but I could sleep here tonight, so if something were to happen, I would be able to cast this spell quickly.
I'm not actually so worried about that now that I know what's going on. He points at you, Leo. Leo, please bring me a, I didn't think of a fun word for this. An infusement tower for me, please, which is essentially an IV. There are ones lining the back wall, and he asks you to go grab one.
I will do that.
I have a method of ensuring that she gets a continuous stream of healing that, though expensive, will keep her alive for days. Leo, please also grab a few of the healing potions as well. We'll put those in the bucket.
Here, you can have these two. I made them. They'll be good until like this time tomorrow, and I'll give him the tin good. Even if she's healed the whole time, you might like them. They're pretty good. Keep you full too, so you're not working on them.
Cool. So Leo, you bring over one of the infusion towers and 3 of the larger healing potions. You guys would notice that these healing potions are not like any healing potion you've ever seen before. They are a pale blue liquid with silver kind of flecks floating around in them, which is very different from the dark, deep red that you see in the material plane.
They seem like they might be the fruit, like the juice from that fruit that I ate that was healing.
Yep. So he goes about actually preparing the site where he's going to inject her and connect the very thin metal needle and connect it to this. It's basically a brass chamber that's raised on a small column of brass as well, with 3 legs down at the bottom, a tube coming out from it at the bottom of the bucket and injecting into her arm. Pours the silver oranth juice into the bucket, and you can see the liquid begin to trail down the tube and then into her arm. Now, I will need some privacy. I am going to be casting some very complex spells, and I need silence and a lot of room to work in. So if before you leave, you could push these tables out to the walls, other than the table she's on, and then I think you should all go get some rest. I can send you a message once I know more about the object that she is now tied to.
If it helps, I can give you some extra juice for the first couple of hours of research.
That would be fine. Thank you.
I'll give him
Milena
comfortability with intel.
Perfect.
Does Milena have one of the wisps above her or no?
She does have wisps that are near her. They kind of like, you don't know specifically which wisp is tied to what person unless they're like sat apart from everybody and you guys all crowded around. There are some that are near her, and those are just completely gray light at this point. Leo, could you send I'm going to need every bit of magic I've got. Could you send a message to her parents? Do you know them?
I'm sure I do. I'll get the information to them.
Okay. Thank you. Don't have them come here yet. Tell them to give me a few hours and then they can come. I thank you for your help. Thank you for stabilizing her, Zephyr. I will take it from here. I will speak to you in the morning.
I just go up to him and just tell him thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing for her. My comrades mean a lot to me, even if they're not always part of the group I'm with, but I always like to see everyone in town healthy. And I'll do whatever it takes to defeat this evil that's causing this.
I might recommend that you join this group to investigate the area. It may help. You knew her well?
Hey, I wouldn't say she was a friend, but like I said, comrade. I knew a little bit, but I wish them all well.
Well, if I know your general, she will want a member of your crew assisting in the investigation so she can get reports on it. So I would recommend you go with them and do all you can to end this suffering of Melina as quickly as possible.
All right, if you think that's what's best, I will stick with this kind of odd group of individuals. And she just kind of glances around all the different like races still, like not really used to all the different races being in one area.
All right. I think that's all I need. Go get some rest. As he begins drawing with a piece of chalk on the floor and what is quite obviously the beginning of a ritual, he asks you all to leave, and I suppose you do.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys, are you going back to the tavern or what?
That's where Lex is going.
Okay.
I would go back to the taverns, like just following the group since I got told to stick with them.
Sure. Yeah, you do have a bunk, obviously, in the Blades headquarters, but you can certainly follow them. You guys head back to the tavern and take your chairs back from the table that you were sitting at. And as you sit down, preparing for whatever may come in the next few minutes, we're going to take a break. My friends, you arrive back at the Kicking Chestnut as most of the Eladrin have gone to bed. Valina is still up. There are no more people in the tavern other than you when you step in. Valina is actually a little bit surprised to see you back. When you arrive, she sat behind the bar, cleaning a few glasses that were dirtied over the course of the night. Welcome back. You guys left in a hurry. Is everything all right?
That was kind of my fault for having them leave in a hurry.
Well, it's
Emergency.
okay. Not a big deal. I just hope everything's all right.
It should be now.
Good. Glad to hear it. Well, in that case, do you guys need anything to drink or eat? I'm going to be up for a while, so I can make you something if you like. If not, I can still offer those rooms.
Yeah, I need that room, please.
I would enjoy an ale.
All right.
And a little bit of food.
Sure thing. I'll,
Matt, quick. I don't have any starting gold.
Oh, just give yourself 50 gold pieces.
Okay.
That's fine. Sure, ale and something to eat. I'll whip something up immediately. Anybody else?
I'll need a room as well.
I would
I just
also like
needed
a room.
I look to Leo. You're gonna be staying here? Don't you have a house?
Yeah, but it will be easier to coordinate things if I'm not far. And just in case anything happens, I'd rather just be with our little group here.
And you two, what's your name?
Oh, I'm Vera.
So you're staying with us too.
I mean, I have a bunk back at the Blades, but Leo's correct. Much more convenient if I'm supposed to be with your party.
Well,
To be clear, I've got 7 rooms that are available. Normally we pay different prices for all of them because a couple of them have like giant beds that would sleep like 4 people. But I could do a gold for each of the rooms. That would be fine.
I give her a piece of gold.
I do too.
I do too.
I have no money.
I know.
Can I perform for my stay?
You could probably just bunk with one of your friends.
Yeah, I know, but can I also perform anyways?
You already did. I mean, and there's nobody else here. If you want to perform, feel free. But
All right. After we
Give
get
her
this
a
all
gold for the
settled,
room
I'll
too.
go.
cool. Let me do. How am I going to do this? Is there a way to ping areas on the map?
Unless you don't, I think it's a mod. Did you put it in?
No. All right, I'll just start moving you guys. You guys can tell me which rooms you want.
B-Rad, don't you take the roof?
Yeah.
There are
That's
4 rooms
actually
at the very
pretty
south of
clear.
the building, and there are 3 rooms at very north of the building. You guys can
Yeah,
find
they
them.
might not want to go onto the roof here because I think it's also part of the tree and it might not want you up there.
But where should I sleep?
I mean, you can stand over my bed with your arms up if you want to see if I do anything weird at night.
Is there any city guard, Leo? That I don't know if B-Rad, do you get bored? Do you need something to do at night instead of staying
Yeah.
on watch? Maybe you could, Leo. Is there any way he could help out with that? I don't know if you'd want to. I don't want to volunteer you for something, B-Rad, but you know, if you can't stand on the roof, maybe keep me busy.
You could probably sing downstairs all night.
Also true, get rich.
That's true, but she said nobody else was here except for us. So,
You don't need an audience to sing.
but I don't want to wake anybody up.
As I get my bag pushed. I'm just kidding.
I mean, you
I mean,
can.
I only need 4 hours of sleep. So I can entertain.
I mean, B-Red, feel free to do whatever you want. Just don't disturb any of the peace during the night.
So can I go on the roof or not go on the roof?
It's fine with me, or you could just, climb a tree or a branch. There's a lot of good views.
Which one would you prefer? The tree or the building?
I don't mind either way. It's a very sturdy building.
Are you sure? Because I can go sit in a tree.
Yeah, I'm sure if you like the roof, go for it.
Okie dokie. And then I'm gonna turn and go get on the roof.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
That's an 18.
I'm gonna move Hezri into this room. 18. Yeah, you climb on the roof, no problem. It's quite lovely up here. Anything else you guys would like to do tonight? Vera, your food comes out. She's made you a kind of almost like a quinoa with various different mushrooms and peppers and things like that spread through it. It's very warming and tasty. And the ale is cold.
Vera seems like she's calming down finally after drinking some of her ale, and she passes some money over to the barkeep for the food and the drink, and just
Perfect.
relaxes for a little while until she goes to her room.
Okay. So you guys, towards the end of the evening, all end up in a room. I don't know who bunks with who, but you all manage to find a place to stay over the course of the evening. And Vera, you eventually go to bed for your 4 hours as well. Valena stays up with whoever's up last until they leave, and she eventually heads into the kitchen, and you don't see her again for the rest of the night after everyone's gone to bed. Leo, in the middle of the night, I would say probably after 4 hours of meditation have occurred, and you're now at least semi-awake and preparing for the rest of the day. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. You get a message from Uranus, and it says, "Out of woods, something happened. Runes, list, sleep, delay, bind, activate, locate. Come see me."
I will go to see him.
Okay, just by yourself?
Yeah, everybody else is sleeping, so.
Yeah, everybody else would be still asleep. B-Rad, you would see him leaving though when he exits. But you head towards the university, making your way back towards the lab area once you get inside, and Uranus is still there, looking noticeably more tired, but still doing fine. The Milena on the table is in virtually the same state that she was the last time you saw her. You can't really discern a difference at the moment. Uranus comes up to you and he kind of like runs a hand through his hair. So I was able to cast several spells that should, as long as I keep topping them up, which I have no issues doing, keep her as stable as we can expect. But I was looking at those runes and something concerning has happened. Do you still have that map I gave you of the disturbances?
Yes, I'll pull it out of my bag.
Okay, as you do, you notice that the dots have moved, and they have moved to host disabled participant screen sharing. I am the host. One sec, I'll send it to you. Okay, you guys should all have that file now. They've all also evened out. They were all different sizes before. And he said they had remained virtually the same since he identified them. They hadn't moved and they hadn't changed in sizes. Now they are all exactly the same size and have positioned themselves in what you can see is a geometric pattern. There's still the one at the tower. There's one now on the ruined city.
Mhm.
There's one directly in between those and a little bit north. One just in the center of Glahar and Valahastra. One at the temple. There is one in the Great Lake and one south of the central one, a little bit to the west of Arasanea.
Yep. Okay.
The runes. I was able to find in the library some examples that look similar enough that I believe this is what's happening. I believe that Milena here was put to sleep and then was bound to some object, possibly multiple objects, I'm not sure. Those objects were then activated using her life force. And locate is what this rune means, but I don't know what it's talking about. If it's trying to locate her or trying to locate something else. But it is my belief that since these points all moved, all of these aberrations that I was able to discover have moved. And it seems to coincide with when she was taken to the tower, at least very closely. I think you have to start searching there.
Which one was the locate rune? Or like which one was the that corresponds to the locate rune on the map?
No, there wasn't a specific point on the map that was correlated to locate. None of these are correlated to a specific thing. These are just aberrations that he's discovered.
Oh, but the
So-
runes, but the runes weren't like assembled in the tower in the same shape that's on the map.
No, they were not.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, these dots were kind of randomly interspersed around the area.
Mhm.
And in between the last time he scanned, which was before she tried to teleport, and this time he scanned, which is after she tried to teleport, they have moved to this location. And he has been able to determine that the tower, the room in the tower activated something, and then there was a locate spell cast on something. After she was bound to whatever object she was bound to with the spell. I don't really know what it means, but I wasn't able to determine anything about the specific type of object. I think heading to one of these aberrations, aside from the one at the tower, is going to be our best bet of finding something. I'm hoping it's just one thing rather than 7, but I don't know.
Okay. I think that pretty much makes sense. I guess we'll just have to roll the dice and see if it is only just one object. We'll have to see which instance it would be at.
That's the thing. None of them are particularly more powerful than the other now. They're all the same. So if it was one object, maybe it would be larger. I'm not sure. There's too many questions. That's why we need to determine what we're dealing with.
Which one do you recommend us checking out first
Uh,
when you were scanning the land?
well, when I was scanning, they all look exactly the same.
Okay.
So I would head to the one that's closest, perhaps the one in the middle.
Would it would it take longer for us to get to that one since we could just take the river down to the Great Lake?
You could, but it is within the lake. I'm not sure if
Okay.
you'd have an easier time finding one that's not in the lake, but it's up to you. It's whatever you deem best. I trust your judgment.
We'll start at the middle. Should we take the boats or maybe go over land, you think?
You're better at traveling out in the countryside than I am. That's a decision you'll have to make with your friends.
Okay.
It would probably be rather quick to take a boat north and go to the one at the top middle or the one in the near the ruined city, but who's to say? It's a roll of the dice regardless which one you check out first.
Okay. I'll talk about the logistics with them.
Keep in mind, she is still her life force, her power is still being taken from her, powering something or storing it somewhere. So the longer it takes, the more danger she will be in. For now, she's out of the woods, but things could get worse before they get better.
I understand. We'll try and go as quickly as possible.
I know it doesn't really change things. You're already going out to investigate these things. So it doesn't change your actions too much, aside from the difference in speed that you might take due to one of the blades being hurt. Something in my gut tells me that something has changed. Something has activated. There was a trap that has been set and is now waiting for someone to fall into its clutches. I don't think the trap was the captured teleportation. I think
Maybe the trap is at one of these aberrations.
it could be all of them.
Right. So be quick but cautious.
Yes, and send me a message whenever you can. If I determine anything else throughout my scanning, I will reach out to you.
I kind of like, I'm like sweating at this point with all this going on, and I kind of just like wipe my brow and just nod.
Keep in mind, if you do decide to go north, you might run into the remainder of the blades. If you would, I would appreciate you not telling their general that I sent you all on this quest. I know you now have a member of the blades with you, but keep her in the dark a bit. Don't let her know that we're going against the wishes of her leadership. And
I
especially not
understand.
the council.
Right. Okay. Understood.
All right, I'm gonna try to get some rest now that she's a bit better. When will you be heading out?
As soon as they wake, so maybe in 5 or 6 hours.
They sleep that long. I forgot.
Right. Did you need me to stay with her while you sleep or rest?
No, I will just be meditating in the room with her. I'll know if anything goes wrong.
Okay. I will I'll go back to the chestnut and await for them to be ready.
Okay. The rest of the evening passes. Birad, you notice Leo coming back probably about 30 minutes after he left. As morning comes and you all awake, the smell of cooking food reaches your nostrils. You smell oats and honey and other delicious fruits being prepared. And as you all kind of head out into the central area, Vilena is there and is ready for all of you with plates ready for you to eat and get ready. Leo, do you stay in your room until everybody wakes up, until you hear movement?
Yeah, I think I would kind of just be still, even though I'm rested, I would still just be meditating and just trying to remain calm or whatever prior to traveling.
Okay, so you all come out around the same time, near I would say probably 8:30 in the morning, as the bits of sun begin to break through the trees and into your windows. You all meet up in the central area where you can eat and discuss your plans for the day. I'll just move you.
As everybody gets out, I'll spread the map out on the table while everybody's kind of like assembling.
Leo Flynn and Vera, you'll notice Zephyr is blue right now.
Did you lay the new map on the table, Reed?
I did.
Well, the map automatically refreshes, so it's like it's the same map. It's just the points have moved.
Okay, so those are in different locations than they were.
Yes. Rana said they possibly moved once Milena teleported and stuff started going into motion. He said that we need to probably go start investigating those, like as we planned. It's possible that whatever she is bound to is at one of these locations, and he recommended maybe we go to the middle one first, and I'll just point at it, kind of like in the middle of the woods by one of the rivers. It may be a little difficult to go over land, but would you all like to travel over land there or by the boats again? What do you all prefer?
Well, I feel like you would know the terrain better than us.
Right. I think we
fine
should
going on a
travel.
boat again.
I think we should travel by the boats. I think it'll be safer, but I don't know if any of you guys had any preferences.
Will it be
Um,
faster?
Most likely, the terrain can get pretty tumultuous at times.
Okay.
Vera, you in agreement?
Yeah, I am. And she's just kind of a little bit groggy, kind of hungry.
Okay, well, I guess we'll set out once everybody's rested. Well, not rested, but eaten and ready to go.
So you guys finish your. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Leah, do you mind if I talk to you for a second?
Sure. I'll get up from the table and walk over to somewhere that I guess is more private in the place that people aren't around.
Yeah. See, I don't know where I am. I'll go. Oh well, we'll just pretend it's further that way. So I know you said this about your sister. God damn it! What? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my notes up. For some reason, every single time I want them, they're never up. You said your sister. Did you say your sister was trying to get an object of some sort? And when you had to, do you think that might be something that we're looking for?
Not that I know of. The object is here in the city, and none of the aberrations are over the city, so I'm assuming that it's not the case.
Is it a powerful artifact?
Yes.
Do you think it's one that the tower wants?
It's possible. But I'd have to get past the trees first, right?
Yeah, that's true. Doesn't mean it's impossible.
I kind of like laugh nervously when I say that. I don't think we need to worry, at least right now, too much about it though. It's very safe.
And this group that your sister's a part of, have you seen them before?
Like what do you mean specifically?
Like this, have you come across them before? Like, do you know the other people? Have they done anything else wrong to you, or have you heard them at nearby city?
Not that I know of. I've been trying to gather information, but it's almost impossible to find anything.
Okay. I don't know, I just have a nagging feeling that they might be tied.
You would see that I look very, very agitated when I say that I don't know something. Like it severely like you can see it in my face, it severely bothers me that I don't have information about them.
Well, I have a feeling that these things are related and we'll see something come from it.
It's possible. It's really interesting, the theory on magical items being pulled to fuel whatever this tower's doing. Possibly, it's something I hadn't thought of yet, but I guess I didn't have all the information first. I might have come to that conclusion if I knew all the other context, but
You also weren't in the tower, so you wouldn't necessarily have all the information that I have.
I've read a good bit on it as well. But of course, experience is
I
another.
lived it.
That's what I'm about to say. The experience is another kind of different kind of knowledge. So.
Well, okay. But are you ever going to tell the group about your sister? Because I feel kind of like shit not telling them, but I also told you I wouldn't. So
I mean, I don't think there's a lot of stress going on with the group right now, and we seem to be becoming friends, and I don't want to add any unneeded stress to anybody else. I'm already stressed enough about it, so I'd rather not add to it. And I'm sorry if it added any stress to you by telling you. So
no, I like you. I like knowing things. I like knowing what's going on.
sure. Maybe
Cool.
one day I will, but once the situation kind of soothes a little bit.
Also, I don't think that new girl has ever asked us our names.
I mean, I'm sure she knows my name. I'm quite popular here. People like me, so. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe she'll ask us,
Yeah, we'll see how long it takes.
or she'll just like pick it up as we go, as we talk to each other. We'll see.
Okay. And then I head back.
I'll follow her,
Cool.
of course.
So you guys finish your meal and your early morning preparations for the day. Leo, you would know you're probably going to need to head to the stables to get a boat, unless you're going to try to borrow one again.
I'll go to the stables this time.
So in that case, you guys head back outside of the tavern, the Kicking Chestnut, saying goodbye to Valina, and making your way towards the Valahastra docks. Heading, it's pretty near to the university, but a level below, so it's a little bit of a trek, but not too bad. Where's my notes? Opening the door, you're greeted by the same older Eladrin, who Leo and Vera you know to be Galleon, who is a very kind man, also considers himself to be very funny, but he's worked at the stables for his whole life, including when he was a kid. Sorry, one sec. You mean like a full blacksmithing kit, like with everything? Just one that you could get by with, probably two. But if you want to make like a really intensive one that you'd use in a shop, that would be more. So I'll say, Leo, you go in first, and Galleon looks up from what he was doing, which appears to be just reading a book. Leo, good to see you. What can I help you with? What do you need?
It's good to see you too. Me and my friends here, we're looking to go down river, and we were in need of a boat that will suffice for the size of our group.
So you're looking for a pleasure yacht then, huh?
Most likely.
Goodness. Any preferences? Do you need one that's fast? Do you need bedrooms? What do you need?
Speed would be a priority for sure.
Something lithe, but full of space for all of you. Do you need a roof?
I'll look to the others. Roof? Yes or no?
A roof could be.
You Red usually likes to sleep on those, so yeah.
A roof
I don't
for
have
sure.
a preference on it.
Interesting. I think I've got the one. Follow me. He reaches up, he pulls up part of the bar that kind of hinges open and walks out, just walks past and through the group outside and takes a right and heads towards the connected area that's more like a massive barn. As you guys follow, he opens the door to it, and you guys step inside after him as the torches light the walls. This barn appears to be a huge building that is full of boats that are currently being held up by 2, 3, or 4 of those vines that carry the baskets up. Underneath each boat is a hole that's big enough for it to make its way down to the waiting water below. He walks about midway down the barn and takes a right, being careful not to step in any of the holes and plummet down to the lake below. And comes up on a rather large boat, though not brand new, you wouldn't think. It's made of the same silvery gray brown wood as all the other ones. This one is probably around 15, 20 feet wide at the widest and a good 30 feet long. Maybe even more than that, probably closer to 40 feet long. The back section has a simple roof, almost like a freestanding roof. It doesn't have walls or anything. It looks to be mostly just a barge. You would put a bunch of stuff on it and then take it up or down river. It's not made for necessarily human comfort, but it does look like it's very lithe. It's got a very steep cut into the water, so you'd think it would go rather quickly for a large boat. And it's certainly big enough to house all of you in your sleeping mats and things. He turns to the group. This one ought to do just fine. What do you think?
Looks perfect.
Looks good to me.
I think it would fit all of you.
Yeah, looks about right.
How long do you need it for? Is it just a rental, or are you buying?
Definitely a rental, for sure. We will definitely be returning it, of course.
All right. How much do you have to spend?
I mean, how much would it be to have it? Looking at the map, Matt, how long would it? Oh, am I debating it would take to get there and then possibly come back?
On one of the like simple 2 or 3 person boats, that is probably a 2-day journey there and a 2-day back. This one, if it's faster, it could be 1.5. If it's slower, it could be 2.5, 3. So kind of depends.
I mean, I don't necessarily know if we'll need it coming back. How much would it be to keep it for 6 days or so?
Tell you what, how about we do it this way? We'll put 50 gold in now, and then 25 gold per day. Once it gets back to me, as soon as it's back in this building, I'll stop charging you and you can give me the money when you get back. Or send it back on the boat, whatever you prefer.
That sounds fair. I'll put 50 down on the I'll hand him 50 gold.
Easy enough. Now, Leo, you should know she's a bit temperamental. Don't know who her previous owner was, but he sure didn't treat her right. She can take some convincing sometimes, but she'll get you there, and fast.
Should be fun. Thank you so much, Galleon.
Of course. You all leaving now? Do you want me to lower it down with you on it, or are you going to take a basket down?
If we can get on the boat, but you said it could be temperamental.
The boat's not going to kick you off in the air. Can't really do much until it's in the water.
Does this thing speak?
It's a boat. Who are these people?
You're talking about it like it's a
We're ready to go now. We may as well load up, right? There's.
Yes, we can go ahead and load up.
Left we need to do this morning. I think this is our mission to.
Easy enough. Galleon walks over to one of the walls and pulls a short staircase, like pulling it backwards, dragging it across the floor until you can it aligns with the boat, which is probably raised up a good 3 feet at this point. So you guys can easily get in. Climb on up. I'll send it off.
You're a heads up. Probably one of the first one in.
I go up afterwards.
I will also follow.
I'm like one of the last ones to get on.
Okay.
I'll go after Leo.
Galleon, as he turns to you, Tito, as you're about to climb up. Do you need some help? Do you want to take my hand?
No, thank you. I got it myself.
All right. Just trying to help. Just being friendly.
Yeah, thank you, though. I don't know why I said that so snarkily.
It's all right. I was making fun of you because you're short.
Oh.
Just a joke.
Dick.
All in.
I'm just kidding. That was a joke, too.
If you say that, like, immediately when you say it, he just starts laughing. And as soon as you step onto the boat, still laughing, he just smacks the side of it twice and it starts dropping further down. It's a little bit faster than the basket. So like initially when it starts moving, you guys kind of like jump, but it makes its way down in probably around 7 or 8 minutes. So about twice as fast as the basket was bringing you up, until it deposits you very near to where your trading boat that you brought here beached itself, except further into the water. And as it settles in, gently rocking, and then suddenly stops rocking and stands perfectly straight upright, you are now in the water outside of the city of Valahastra.
Nice.
All right. What's the part of the boat called where you would like be steering it and stuff?
The helm.
The helm.
But there's not one on this boat.
Right. But I guess I will go to where I think a helm would be on a boat.
Okay. Sort of mid back.
Yes, and I'll spread out the map, and well, we're trying to go here. Can you get us? I'll point to like where the anomaly is. If you could try and get us there fast as possible, that would be great.
The boat just rocks gently in the water and then stops again.
Fuck. Please?
The boat starts moving, going south towards the Great Lake. Immediately when you said please, it started accelerating very slowly at first and then quickly gaining speed, to the point that this boat is now traveling actually faster than the trade ship that you came in on. Not by like a huge margin. It's certainly not as fast as the Blades craft that Veer rode in on, but it's moving at a pretty good clip, though still perfectly steady in the water and not causing any type of motion sickness or anything like that. As the Feywild speeds past you in the early morning, you see various bits of flora and fauna that you've seen before. And really, I'm just going to fast forward through this in
Well,
till the next thing
we-
happens. So if you want to do anything.
during the travel, I go up to Zafir and I just go up to him like, thank you for trying to save my comrade's life.
You don't need to thank me. It's
Hold on. Alexa, can you mute your mic?
you don't need to thank me. It's just something that, I mean, if someone is hurt or something, I have to help. So I'm glad I was able to help, even if it was just a little bit or just carrying her there.
Well, you at least found out more than I could. I'm not good with magic, but I just wanted to save her, and I knew finding someone that could at least stabilize her would help. So I greatly appreciate you and your party's help so far.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I can help. And it looks like you're good with weapons, right? You said
Yeah.
not magic.
Yeah, I'm very good with weapons. And you see on her back is a battle axe. Yeah, I take pride in this thing. She takes it out and she just looks really happy about it. Puts it back, and then she's like, well, I am wondering, why are you guys here within Valahasta? Valahasta? Sorry.
Valahastra.
Valahastra.
Well, you know, the tower that you pulled your friend from, we went into that tower on the material plane, and it opened up here after doing a bunch of stuff inside. And we ended up finding Leo Flynn because he tried to teleport and he got trapped, like your friend, I think. But we were there to get him out of it before, I guess, more of the spells went off.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. I was wondering why you guys are trying to help our village with what's going on with the tower.
Yeah, we think what's going on in your village is kind of what's going on with the tower too. So, I mean, helping you is helping us too, but it's better to work together on it, I guess.
Well, I agree with that. It's better to work in a group. By the way, I don't think I cut your name before.
Zephyr Tarhunt.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Zephyr. Hopefully, I'll be able to get close with this group and treat you like I would any comrades.
I mean, they're pretty good. They clan. I guess that's kind of like comrades for you, but have like clans and do like anything for these guys to make sure they're okay.
Well, I'll try my best to have your back in a fight if we get into one. So,
Okay, I do have a quick question for you because I've heard a couple of rumors. The in your like apparently this one girl, what was her name? Lamartia, I think. If you know her, but like, have you seen this song before? I'll show her my dad's symbol on my weapon.
Yeah,
What-
you have seen it before. There is on at least 2 or 3 missions where you were given leadership of a small group of people. The warrior that he mentioned was directly under your leadership. What was their name, Michael? I couldn't remember. Lamarcia. She is like you, and you guys have bonded over the fact that you fight with a battle axe before, and hers is absolutely beautiful. It's something to be jealous of, quite frankly. It's an incredible work of a master smith. She got it, not a trade, gambling with someone, a traveler who came through Valahastra. She was playing cards with them and won the axe.
So all I say to Zephyr is this, I have heard of her before. Well, actually, I've worked with her in a few missions of mine. The ones I led for a little short period of time. She had a wonderful battle axe. I hate to admit it, but it was better than mine.
I bet it was. That's my dad made it. My dad was an amazing smith. I'm sure of his weapons because I never got to see how to make weapons, but I know there's so many of them that are out there that I could see.
Oh, is your dad still around, or?
Hey, Leo. Were you talking to the, you're trying to convince the boat just now?
Yes, I was, and Galleon was not lying. I had to say please.
Yeah. So where I'm from, fishing vessels have names like the Lucy or, something like that. Does this boat have a name? Have you thought of asking?
Like,
It sounds
I think
like you use Zephyr.
we heard you for a moment.
yeah, I muted back after I saw it was working.
Okay, cool. Do you want to continue with their
Yeah,
thing,
you
Matt?
guys finish your conversation real quick.
Yeah, my dad died a while ago. It was heroic, really. He was saving my city and died to the dragon that was enslaving it. So,
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, if I can, I will try to help you find one of the blades that you're looking for. Lamarcia. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name.
it's okay. I just know the name really well because it sounds like she has one of my dad's axes, and I've never seen an axe he made, I don't think.
I think she does. That symbol looks very familiar. And I'm pretty sure it was on that axe of hers.
Well, thank you for telling me that. I do have to. Well, I got to go talk to Leo Flynn because I think I've got something that he'll want to write about in his notebook.
Okay. So
All right.
Claribald and Leo, you can finish your conversation before that.
No, I don't. Galleon didn't mention a name, and I mean, I've never owned a vessel myself, so I haven't seen fit to name it. So I've never owned one. I've always just rented them. I guess we could ask. I don't really know how it would tell us. Would you like to ask it?
Yeah.
You might have to say please, though.
Do I just start talking?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you like the name Lucy?
No reaction.
How about Bruce?
No reaction.
Do you have a name?
The boat slows down slightly.
Maybe it's intrigued.
I don't know. How can we? What do I call you?
The boat slows down even more.
Leo, is this good or bad?
I don't know. Maybe it wants a name before it goes any further. Or I don't know. I wonder.
What is
Maybe it's
what is a common name for around here in the Feywild? I guess for your people.
There aren't any really common ones. They're
yeah.
pretty unique.
Maybe the previous owner gave it a name that it didn't particularly like. Maybe that's possible. And you reminded it of that?
I would hope not. That's not the intention. What does the boat look like? Is there
it's
any
about
defining features?
40 feet long, 20 feet wide. It's got a roof with no walls on the back portion of it. It sits really low in the water. It's basically a barge.
Okay.
I don't know. What's a magnificent name that we could call it? Maybe lift its spirits a little bit.
I don't know. I'll have to think on that.
Well, I would think on it soon because it's slowed down now and we need to keep going.
Oh, that's true. So we have
Sorry to put you on the spot.
I don't know.
But you've done this now, so
I know. I know.
Please fix it.
I've completely screwed. Okay.
Call it Claribald Jr.
How about Big Betty? I don't know. Let's see.
Does anybody else want to help?
Would any kid? What's a good name for a boat? I would yell back.
Bessie.
Bessie?
It slows down to like
Bessie. Maybe it doesn't like.
Or you guys just plagued with terrible boat names in the material plane.
What about the Ravager?
the boat accelerates so fast that you guys are kind of pushed back. Those of you that have a dexterity under 15 kind of almost fall back, but manage to catch yourself at the last second. The boat is now traveling faster than it was originally. Definitely making time.
It's my type of boat right here, Leo. We're gonna be good friends. We're gonna have a great time on this trip.
Ravager. Didn't even need to say please. That was very impressive.
The Ravager. I love it. Cool. All right, Zafir, you were going to go to Leo?
Yeah, but I fell down on the way up when the boat sped up. So I'm getting up real quick and walking back up there. It's like, why did you make the boat so fast? That was kind of scary.
I guess it liked the name that Clarabelle gave it.
What was the name? I heard someone say Bessie. That wasn't it, right?
It really likes the Ravager.
Okay, well, that's pretty cool.
This is now a warship.
Well, Leoflin, before we run into anything, it's kind of late in the day for me to be doing this, but I wanted to show you because I know you like to write new stuff down in your book. But I'm going to do like my blessing on myself for the day, and all of my scales that are blue right now are going to turn into brass.
Wow. You see my eyes just like widen, like huge.
Yeah, so let's small talk for a little while before I do it. I'm kind of nervous, and I don't want to describe it. I want Matt to.
I'm here.
Oh, you're gone in
You're
the picture,
invisible.
so I didn't know
Yeah,
you were there.
I walked downstairs, but I've
Oh,
got the
okay.
wireless headset now.
Okay, so I will bless myself.
Okay, so Leo, you
Bless
watch for the
myself.
first time as Zafir puts his hand on his chest and closes his eyes for a moment, and similar to how your mother heats metal in the forge, the edges of Zafir's scales begin to take on a orange tinge and then fade into a deeper red and then yellow, then white as the rest of the scales begin to heat as well. And eventually they are all white hot. And as Zafir opens his eyes, which are now brass instead of blue, his
Instead of
scales
platinum.
instead of platinum. I always do that every time.
It's okay. I've used thaumaturgy to make my eyes blue.
I know, and it's just stuck in my head.
I would have been furiously taking notes this whole time, not looking at the paper, just watching.
And as the scales fade from white back into a normal color as they cool down, they are now a shiny, brilliant brass, more polished than you could imagine. In fact, the morning sun flecking off of them casts small disco ball-like bits of light onto your chest and paper.
Kind of just like cock my head. Are only you able to do this? I've never seen another Dragonborn do this before.
Yeah, I haven't seen it before. Honestly, it was really weird. I got this painting that we figured out was some like kind of like fate magic, where I asked the guy to paint me in red because I wanted to see if I looked like my dad if I was red. But then some of my scales started turning red, and then I prayed about it because it freaked me out. Then they turned brass, and then my whole arm turned red eventually, and then it turned halfway brass. And then one time I just like I had prayed about it a bunch with Onatar, trying to understand it more. And next time I tried to cast my blessing on my armor, all of my scales started to glow like that and get really hot, and then I turned all brass.
With every like crazy comment, like my head just like steadily gets like more and more and more to the side. That is bizarre, but so cool. So cool.
If you want to study the painting, I don't have the painting, but Tito might have his. He got one where his nails were a different color, and then that happened to him. So you might be able to see what kind of magic that is.
Yeah, I might need to maybe I might need to use detect magic on it at some point just to kind of get a feel for it myself. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you.
But I hope that was fun to look at and write about. I have fun doing it every time.
It was fun. I mean, I thought I was cool, being able to switch between like the seasons and stuff, but that is way cooler than what I can do.
Wait, what can you do?
I mean, depending on my emotion, my general emotions, I can usually switch between like different like seasons, quote unquote, of like kind of like a vibe of what I'll look like. Usually I'm a little bit more chill and sit in like an autumn, but there have been a couple times recently where I've really fallen into myself and I've kind of took on a more wintry tone.
So is winter like means you're sad and depressing?
Yes, just intense sorrow.
What is summer?
Summer would be something like very intense, like love, anger, just intensity in general, intense emotion.
And spring?
What's the best way to describe spring? Trying to think off the top of my head.
Rebirth, new beginnings,
Yeah.
a change in your life.
So like, does your appearance change or what?
Yeah, my hair might take on it and skin might take on different hues and yeah.
All right, well, if you start to look blue, I'm going to have to figure out a way to cheer you up. So now I know what it means if you get really cold.
Yes. Sounds good.
Can I go over to Kalora?
Yep.
All right. So I try to find her because I don't know where she is on this boat right now. I'm just look around. You're muted, Mary.
Probably just looking out at the surrounding scenery.
All right, then I just saunter over to you. I can't help but notice you've been more quiet than me.
Yeah, I've just been thinking a lot.
I thought you'd be excited about the Feywild.
Oh, I am. That's why I keep like I went flying yesterday and now I'm out here looking. I'm just trying to remember it all, you know?
Yeah. You know, me being with my memory, trying my best.
Yeah, I know you remember everything, but us normal people sometimes have to take mind pictures.
That's fair. I'll just checking because I remember our last ship ride, and then we had all this not chaos, but just a lot just happened in the past 12 hours.
Yeah, I don't know that I fully processed everything yet. I feel so bad for the girl, and I guess I've been distracted by that. I don't know. I'm letting things distract me, I guess.
Oh, I've been there. I know that.
Yeah.
So distractions are good for a while.
I know I'll have to face it all eventually, but for right now,
You're in the Feywild.
I'm in the Feywild.
Don't face it while you're in the Feywild. This is where you want to be. This is where you want to enjoy it.
This is a beautiful place with horrible thoughts.
I can tarnish this if I want to. This is not my place. This is your place.
That's true.
And
it's so cool if my family moved here.
To a different plane?
Sure, why not?
It's not quite easy to get to.
Well, that's true. I don't know. I gotta get back to them, but I'm in the Feywild. I should enjoy it.
Yep, you're in the Feywild with 2 new friends.
Stop trying to bring up bad memories, Lex.
What do you mean? You got 2 new friends. You got this one, Leo, and then the other one, Vera, who seemed to bond well with Zaf earlier. They talked about weapons.
I feel like that's just a safe conversation with Zafir.
It's true.
You want to get them talking, that's the way to do it.
Or Onata.
That's true.
Okay, just wanted to check on you.
I'm okay for right now.
Now, Logan's quiet, but she's always quiet, so I think she might just be fine.
Yeah. She's probably doing the same thing as me. I mean, I imagine somebody who really likes to read about things is now enjoying probably seeing the place she's read about.
I didn't think about that. I just think that she, listens more than participates.
Very much the
quiet monk.
Or that.
That's what I was thinking. Watch, she's probably like taking all these like notes on us and go back to some monk people and be like, these crazy people.
Oh, I think that's absolutely happening. I wouldn't doubt it.
Or that, and Leo's doing the same thing.
That's for sure.
His teacher was nice, right?
I mean,
we kind of told him everything, didn't we?
I didn't really tell him that much, to be fair.
Okay, well, everybody else told him.
But no, yeah, but it's one step forward to getting out of this tower, I assume.
Do you think it's the tower that's the body, or is it just the representation of something else? Does that make sense?
Kind of. I think Zaf has said it before, that he feels like the different parts that we're going into are essentially limbs of the tower that we just, and they're bad limbs, and we have to get rid of them.
Yeah, but I guess what I mean is like, is the tower what's actually the problem, or is that just a symptom of the problem? Like if it's a person who's, you know,
controlling the tower?
Yeah. Or is it the tower itself? Because it definitely seems like it may be sentient.
I wish I had a better handle on magic and thoughts like that. Magic objects, kind of. Magic towers that have a lot of magic objects, not necessarily.
Well, I mean, you're magic.
I mean, I can just float sometimes.
Yeah, that's magical. Not everybody can just float.
But it's not like magic, it's kind of hereditary.
That doesn't mean it didn't come from magic.
Well, it's true. We are descendants of genies.
And to be honest, it looks really cool when you're floating up there and your hair's blowing in the wind. You look kind of magical. It gives the appearance as such, at least.
Never thought about that.
Not many humans can just like raise up in the air.
Well, you're non-human.
No, but I also can do really other cool things like eat birds and bears and
use the power of the moon.
Oh yeah, I do that too.
That's probably the coolest thing you do.
Do you want to know something really cool? I was studying really hard, and I think I'm gonna be able to use the trees around me to move now.
Not these trees. Then I was told they can't be touched.
I mean, I think you can touch them as long as you're nice to them.
Well, since I don't understand them, I'll just be nice enough.
Yeah.
But that'd be really cool, and definitely regular trees.
Yeah, like I could just go from like tree to tree. Like I think it's pretty much like if I know the type of tree it is, I know of all the other types of trees in that area, and I can go to whatever tree I want.
That is pretty cool. Man, magic users.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if whatever we're facing is going to be like the courtyard thing that we found. Like it's going to appear as one thing and then be something else.
Can't always trust appearances. I know that. And I just kind of chit chat with Chlora the rest of the time.
Yep.
Okay. Any other conversations we're having? Okay, cool. So the next probably 12 hours. No, not 12 hours. It's going faster now. So 8 hours. You guys are speeding along downriver towards the Great Lake south of Valahastra, north of Arasanea. Spending that time in conversation or rest or just casually looking around and looking at the surroundings. Who's doing that? Who is actively just looking around?
Me, while
Okay.
I'm like playing music.
I would be
passively playing
looking around.
Okay. Okay. So you two go ahead and make perception checks for me as you look out, Tito and Vera.
Can I make one too, since I've been saying I was looking out from the boat ledge?
Sure.
Easy 24.
Damn.
I got a 7.
Damn.
A dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. Tito and Kalora. Sorry, Vera. As you guys are looking out at kind of the same time, a few hours into your journey after the conversation has subsided a little bit, looking into the forest on the right-hand side of the boat, which is facing west at this point, you notice the thick of a very, the trunk of a very thick tree. Not quite as thick as any of the ones that support Valahastra, but still a very large tree. You would imagine a very old tree as well. It suddenly starts to shimmer. And then in the time it takes to blink, the shimmering is gone, replaced by a very intricate golden arch with a wooden door placed in it, with scribing all along the top of the door in gold leaf, creating a very beautiful pattern and a single gold doorknob on the right-hand side. As you watch, it opens slightly, just about an inch or so, then closes. As you blink again, the door disappears.
But the arch is still there?
No, all of it. The arch and the door were one thing.
Oh, okay.
Can I assume that Lex is still standing next to me?
She's at least within yelling distance.
Did you see that?
I mean, I kind of just would have been like watching, but not like watching.
I like
Make a perception check at disadvantage.
go to find someone. Like
Everybody's like within distance that you could talk to him, Tito.
Alright, so
I'll be like, who saw that tree in a door?
You saw it too, Tito? I saw it.
Yeah, what the heck was that?
14,
Who went
Matt.
inside of it or
you
came
didn't
out
see
of it?
Sorry.
Did you see it open?
Yeah. Do you think someone like bad or is like traveling through there? Maybe they're responsible for the tower.
Wait, are you talking about a doorway and a tree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leona, I saw one, like on our way into Valahastra.
What do you mean?
Ooh, maybe that's like teleportation they use.
Like we saw one like in a big trunk of a tree, and it just disappeared. Like it was in and out within a blink.
Is Leo around? Or is he hearing any of this?
It's most likely, like Lex said, probably just a portal to another plane. They poof in and out of existence all the time. Some of the temporary ones.
So if it just like poofs in and out, it's just temporary. We're not close to a real one.
I mean, some of the temporary ones can just, it's not just guaranteed it will always be right here. It could be somewhere else. But we're not necessarily close to a permanent one that I know of right now.
Oh, okay.
We would have to go in the opposite direction.
Interesting. Okay, well, pretty cool.
It is quite cool.
Okay. So after that, another 4 hours goes by and you reach the Great Lake between the free trading cities. This lake is very big. It doesn't look huge on the map, but it is. It would probably take you a day to sail from one side on the east to the other on the west, which is quite a significant distance of time for a lake. Looking across its perfectly flat expanse, you do see several other boats at the far distance, just at the horizon line, and only those of you that have very good vision would be able to see them. They're moored on the beach, as far as you can tell, no sails or anything, but you can just make out the shapes of the boats on the horizon. The river itself is a very, very deep blue. You can tell that looking down into the very clear but blue water, this is deep, this lake, possibly as deep as the Varenstone Sound that you crossed on the way from Sheador to Stale. Looking in, you can see the same fish that you saw in the river before, so you surmise that this is a freshwater lake. Either that or these fish can live in both environments, but the lake is as smooth as polished glass until the ripples from your boat begin to mar the surface as it passes. You remain on this lake for probably another 6 hours or so. Actually less than that, probably 4 hours, keeping close to the north shore and making very good time as the Ravager cuts through the water towards the next river that acts as a feeder to this lake. After the 4 hours, this river appears on the right-hand side, about the same size as the river that you left Valahastra on. But now you will be going upstream rather than downstream. So the boat, the Ravager, will be fighting the current in order to get you there. So it slows down a little bit, but not to a huge degree.
Can I ask a quick question, Matt?
Sure.
So as we went down the river and then we went into the Great Lake, before we get to the river, like, would we have noticed anything to do with like the aberration that we would have possibly passed? Like, because that red dot is kind of like near the coast. You know,
If you were paying attention, go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah, I would have been looking.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I kind of glossed over it.
I was going to ask the same thing.
You can make one too.
I didn't
Okay.
I got I forgot to say, I got a 3 and a 1 for my important rolls.
Oof.
By the way, I mean, it's
Got it.
fine.
Good for you in certain situations, but not all of them.
I got a 23 for my perception.
Okay.
For perception, I got a 22.
22. Okay, great. The map is a little bit misleading just based on where that dot is. It's closer to the bottommost portion of that dot than the top. Okay. So you guys still are separated from this area by quite an expanse of water, but you're both paying attention, both looking to try to discern anything different about the area that this dot might be. So keeping an eye out, you're staring out first at kind of the top of the water and don't see anything, and then you focus your vision a little bit further in, and the clear water makes it easy to see kind of what's going on near the at least first 50 or 60 feet of water before the light can't reach further down. And you do notice something in the general area. It's not much, but it's a slight difference to the surrounding at the very least. As you stare down into the depths, both of you simultaneously see a flash of reflected light that has a kind of yellow hue for a moment, and then it's gone.
Did you see that?
Yes. Will you be able to possibly remember where this spot is if we come back this way?
Yep.
We'll have to maybe investigate down there.
So that's probably a second go. Gotcha.
I guess we'll have to see what happens at this next one, the severity, and then maybe we can kind of gauge what to do for this next one.
All right. Well, I remember it.
Thank you, Matt.
Sure. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, I was looking at the map and I was like, wait.
Yep.
Same.
So the path up the river, which Leo is called the River 7, by the way.
Okay.
For no particular reason. There are no other numbered rivers. It's just called the River 7. it takes a little bit longer than getting down from Valahastra did. Valahastra to the Great Lake was about 6 hours. This is going to be closer to 8 as you go north. So when you enter the river, it's about 6 o'clock p.m. So getting north, it's going to be about 4 in the morning till you reach an area where you'd want to disembark and go by land. So I would say, I mean, are you guys just going to stay up until 4 and then make camp on the dock? What's your plan?
Sorry, can you repeat that question one more time? I was writing something down.
At current speed, it's going to be 4 o'clock in the morning when you get to a place that you can moor the boat and go further inland. So I'm wondering what your plan is in terms of resting.
Well, guys, if you guys all want to rest leading up to it, maybe me and Vera can just take 4-hour watches since we don't have to rest as much as you all.
I'd be
Well-
okay with that.
How does that sound okay for everyone?
Sounds good to me.
Good
Same.
by me. I can put up my bubble to protect us just in case.
I just if you want to, if you can do that if you want, but just to let you know, I do have spells prepared right now to protect us if something were to happen. Just in case.
What's that one extra spell? And I'll start preparing my hut because it makes me comfortable.
I'm just good with an axe.
Perfect. So Tito begins casting your traditional lodgings for the evening, though usually out in the wilderness rather than on the deck of a ship. After 10 minutes, the dome appears, looking roughly the same color as the boat itself, creating a strange sort of bulge on the deck of the ship from an outside perspective. And those of you who are not staying up can choose to rest now and then wake up when you reach the shore.
Oh, Emma, I was gonna make it like the color of the water.
Oh, okay. That's fine too.
Sorry, I should have said that.
No big deal. I shouldn't have
So-
assumed.
Leo, you want to keep first watch and then I'll take second?
Sure, I'll B-Rad here will most likely be joining me since he's a Warforged. So I guess me and him will take the first one.
Are
Perfect.
we 8 hours away right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you hear the rest plan, Michael? Okay, cool. Just make sure.
Yeah, I did.
Sweet.
Perfect. So as everybody kind of beds down a little bit early, but still probably able to get some rest. B-Rad and Leo, go ahead and make perception checks on your watch.
Okay.
As the Ravager speeds upriver.
So I got a 7, Matt, but can I use like an RP reason to also go along with me having that low of a perception for the
Absolutely.
watch?
I prefer that.
B-Rad, do you mind if during the watch maybe I could do that drawing of you that I wanted to do?
Sure. How do you want me to pose? Do you want me to just lay down?
No, if you just kind of want to stand up, I'll kind of just get like a front, like a front picture of you, and then below on the same page, I'll probably just get like a picture of you from the back just to get like a general diagram. I don't get to meet very many Warforged, so.
Okay. Do you want me to sing to you?
As long as you don't wake the others.
Okay.
I've been pretty stressed, so some singing might be nice.
I'm gonna sing it very softly. Hey, Leo Flynn.
Yes.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song would probably be What would be like a popular, if you thought about that, Matt, like some popular Feywild songs that might have native ones?
I haven't, but I can do that real quick. There's one that's a ballad called "In the Boughs." There is a like a lullaby that's called "By the Light of the Pseudo Wisps." There is a more lively dance number called "Give Me a Tumble."
Let's do the lullaby.
Okay,
Sorry to put you on the spot. I just didn't want to insert stuff into your
that is
world.
absolutely fine.
What was the name of the lullaby?
By the Light of the Pseudo Wisps.
By the Light of the Pseudo Wisps, be rad.
Okay.
I can't wait for you to sing it since you most likely have not heard it. Good luck.
I'm just gonna start singing a rendition of the song that you just said. Just making it up, but using the words from the title in the chorus,
That sounds wonderful.
based off
Now,
of things that I have seen so far.
I'll take out my journal and start making notes while you start singing. What did you roll for perception, by the way, Ben?
Yeah, I was about to say my perception was a 21. So
Oh, sick. I got a 7.
Perfect. Okay, so you begin drawing B-Rad, making diagrams of what he looks like and what makes him up as a being, his anatomy. I'll B-Rad, you kind of just keep your head on a swivel, looking around, ensuring that you have eyes on the shore and the upcoming water. A couple hours goes by and you watch as the Ravager continues onwards, and the drawing's coming along apace while B-Rad, you just catch something as you're turning to scan to the left, you catch something along the shore. Just a slight shimmer on the shore next to the river that then kind of resolves into a small bit of metal that you can see. It's a thin piece of metal that you could say it goes like about a foot, and then there's an angle that goes for another foot, and then a third angle that goes for about 6 inches and ends in a point.
So I'm gonna stop singing and be, hey, Leo Flynn, can you stop drawing for a second and look at something over there on the shore? It's like a sharp metal pointy thing, and I don't know what it is.
Can I see it, Matt?
You're from here.
I'm going to say make a perception check again as the boat is going past it, and he used the longest possible sentence to tell you to look at it.
Okay. I rolled a 2, so it's like a 6, I think.
Just missed it, unfortunately.
Well,
But
I would be a little quicker next time. The Ravager
okay.
does not wait for anything.
I can tell. We
Thank you
should
for
have
your
given it a slower name, like
Dot.
Bessie or something, or Dot.
Well, thank you for your vigilance. Hopefully it wasn't anything that Zafir may have liked.
Do you want to turn around and go look at it?
I mean, we could.
Okay, let's do it. Can you get the boat to turn around?
The Ravager, could you please slow down and take us back to that small little shimmering thing, maybe 100 feet or so away from it?
The boat slows down and then stops dead in the water. After a few moments, you can see the river washing on by, and the boat is just completely still in the water. It turns slightly to one side, then comes back up.
Oh, okay, you're done. Oh, sorry.
It's still stopped.
It still stopped. And how far away would you say we are from where he was pointing from?
Good 200 feet or so.
The Ravager, could you go backwards about 100 feet,
The boat kind of
please?
goes one side and then the other, then resolves back in the middle, and then slowly starts going backwards. Goes back about 100 feet and stops, turns to one side, angled in the water.
Am I able to see it now?
No, it's still too far away.
Still too far away?
It's on the ground, and so the grass growing up around it is kind of covering it.
I'm gonna cast Arcane Eye.
Okay.
And send it over there.
Okay. The Arcane Eye speeds down the river and manages to get to the area where B-Rad saw this metal object. And looking at it, it doesn't look to be anything natural. It is something made by someone. Very fine metalwork, as a matter of fact. It's a rod that then connects to a hinge. That's where the angle is. And there's another rod that goes down and connects to another hinge. And then the final rod tapers to a very sharp point at the very end. Between these two hinges, connecting one rod to the other, in both instances, is a cylinder with a smaller cylinder coming out of it, connecting to the other rod. You can see the first cylinder, the one that's at the top that doesn't end at a point. There's a rough edge at the top, like it was broken.
So do I get like a general idea like what this thing actually is?
Not really. I mean, it's just something metal and a part of a machine, maybe. That's really all you can gather.
How big is it?
In total, about 3 feet long, a little bit more with the hinges.
The Ravager, could you move about 50 feet closer to it, please?
Boat begins moving backwards and stops 50 feet back.
I'll drop Arcane Eye, and then I'll cast Telekinesis on it and bring it to the boat.
Okay. Cast it and feel the magic connecting your hand and the object at distance. Closing your hand around it, you can almost feel the weight of it in your hand and begin pulling it back towards the boat until it reaches the deck and you're able to pluck it out of the air with your other hand.
I'll put it down on the deck, and I'll cast what's it called? I'll ritually cast Detect Magic on it.
Okay. B-Rad, I'd like you to make an intelligence check as well, please.
Gotcha.
Did you want me to make one?
No.
Okay.
Oh boy.
How long does Detect Magic take? 10 minutes
Should
ritually?
be 10 minutes. Well, let me see. Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay.
It was an 8.
An 8?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. So 10 minutes goes by as you cast Detect Magic on it. And once it pops, you recognize that there is no magic inherently in this object.
Okay. Can I do like maybe like an investigation check on it just to kind of check out like all the things that it like has, since
Yeah.
I don't really know what it is?
Go for it. We'll just call it an
Alright.
intelligence check rather than investigation.
Investigation is so much better.
I'm aware.
Damn it. All right. I got an 11 on the intelligence check. I rolled a freaking 6.
11. Okay. You think it's a part of a whole. You think it's something that was broken off of something else. The small and large cylinders that connect the two rods, obviously, as you kind of mess with the hinges, those move. So you imagine they have something to do with locomotion, but that's really all you get.
Can you describe it to me one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. At the very top, there is a broken area. It's like a rough metal edge, and then a rod goes down about a foot. The rod is probably about 1.5 inches thick and cylindrical. Then there's a hinge that connects to another rod of the same description, and another hinge that connects that rod to a slightly shorter rod that ends in a very sharp point. Where the hinges are, connecting the two rods is a large cylinder that has a smaller cylinder coming out of it. And when you move it, the small cylinder is concealed in the large cylinder.
And there's nothing inside the cylinders.
I mean, you could try to take it apart.
I think I'll wait to take it apart. I'll kind of just leave it on the deck. What do you make of this, B-Rad?
You think it might be like one of those cooking utensils?
Maybe. Maybe. Maybe we should wait for the whole group to get up and maybe we can figure out what it's from.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit smarter people. I mean, Logan, she likes to read a lot, so she probably knows what this is. At some point, she probably came across it in her studies.
Right, right.
I don't know. I'm not too good
I mean, you're good at other
those
things.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can smash things really, really well.
It's not my favorite thing to do, but I'll do it on occasion.
What
Probably
is
like
your
once a
favorite thing
week.
to do?
Slice
So instead of
things and
smashing, you like to
dice
slice things.
I guess. Yeah. I just like fighting things.
Well, the Ravager, I think it's time for us to continue, please, to our destination.
As soon as you say, I think it's time for us to continue. As before you get the word "continue" out, the Ravager is trucking up the river. As you finish your sentence, the next 2 hours of your watch on the boat end in peace.
After I'll go get Vera from her meditation or trance. Nothing much happened. We found this little contraption on the shore and it's sitting on the deck over there. We can't really figure out what it is though.
I'll try to mess with it while I'm up. I mean, I'll probably have nothing better to do for the next 4 hours.
I couldn't find any magical properties on it, so it should be safe. But I'm gonna go rest for a little bit. I used a lot of magic during that, so.
All right,
See you
take
in
your
a few
time.
hours.
So I head up to the deck, and is B-Rad still up there?
Yep.
Just chilling.
I go up to him. I'm just like, so what's it like not having to sleep even a wink? I mean, the best I can do is 4 hours.
Well, sometimes I do like what they call sleep, but I don't really. I just stop moving, and then I put my hands up in the air. So I don't know. That is considered a form of sleep, but I don't know. It's just how I've always lived my life.
Interesting.
Well, maybe to you, but to me, it's just normal.
Well, I'm glad you're content with that, I guess. So Leo was telling me about a strange contraption.
Yeah, there's some metal thing that we got on the side of the river. I probably should have talked faster. We had to turn around. It was a whole ordeal, but I don't know. It worked out.
I'm sure the others won't care.
They're all sleeping, so.
Then they won't even need to know about it.
No, not until it wakes up and kills all of us, but what?
I see we have a pessimist here.
No. They're just very weak when they go to sleep.
So what do we call you, by the way?
My name's B-Rad.
Be Rad. Like
Yeah.
Brad?
Yeah, but cooler.
Gotcha.
It's the same thing. You say it either way, it's spelled the same.
And she just kind of shakes her head a little bit and goes to investigate the contraption, as well as just keeping an eye out around her as well. Like half and half.
Cool. So go ahead and make a intelligence check and a perception check.
And she's probably not good at either of them.
Should be good at perception, I think.
Yeah, perception. She's all right. Hold on, it's loading.
Oh yeah, she's just all right at it, huh?
Yeah. Intelligence check. 16. And perception. Nat 20.
Okay, cool. The intelligence check, you kind of just end up messing around with it for a while, and you begin to understand just the mechanics of its movement, the how it kind of slots together and stuff, and also how it's connected. It looks to be created in one piece rather than created of consecutive parts that were put together. And the chambers, those cylinders that are connected to it, seem to be the power source for the movement in some way, though you're not quite sure how. While you're kind of messing around with it, keeping an eye out, you don't notice anything in the woods surrounding. No danger, not even any wildlife. It's eerily quiet.
Is though no wildlife strange?
It's a little strange. It's not like unheard of or scary. I mean, there are any number of reasons in the Feywild why the animals would not want to be around, including a predator in the area, some new magical phenomenon that's causing them to not want to be here, any number of things. And they happen from time to time, and you've experienced that. But it's something to note, certainly.
Okay.
The remainder of your watch, the two of you, ends without incident. Everybody else kind of wakes up just as the dome begins to disappear. And sorry, you approach your destination. Leo, you had hadn't really thought about where you should disembark, but it's somewhere around here, most certainly. Guys, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh.
Looks like it was the east shore. The Ravager, if you could please just take us to the east shore. We're going to disembark. If you could stay here until we return, that would be wonderful. Please.
Okay. The Ravager makes its way kind of towards the east in a very slow way, so it's not too jarring, and slows down as it does so, reaching the eastern shore. Just as, if you look at the map, there's a bend in the river, just about there, the sharpest point of the bend, and settles along the shore in preparation for you exiting.
Once we get to the shore, I will disembark.
Did you say we were all awake now?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Must have missed that.
Yeah, I missed that.
Okay.
When
Well, then
I
Come on,
disembark,
everyone, let's go.
Yep.
I will wake up and brace myself.
when I
I
disembark, I give it like a nice little like pet as I leave.
Okay.
Hey,
Good
good
idea.
trip.
Tito, would you have been like playing music like during most of that trip? I forgot to ask.
I was kind of just like messing around, like looking into the nature, like just chilling on the boat, well, just like passively playing, nothing too crazy.
I was just gonna say, I think my familiar was still in like music mode. So I think it would have eventually on the whole long trip, it would have gotten bored with me and maybe drifted over to you to kind of like investigate you a little bit
Oh,
since you're playing music, just to let you know.
cool.
Yeah, what would have happened, Tito, is this ball of energy would have just come near you and kind of just circled around as you were playing music. And after a while, if you were kind of playing the same song or even something in the same key, you would have heard these weird ghostly notes coming from the ball that almost sound creepy, but still kind of fit the key. It would be kind of a weird experience, but cool nonetheless.
Cool.
So you guys exit the ship and climb onto shore in an area that looks very similar to all of the other areas in the Feywild. Kind of at this point, obviously black dark, except for the light of the pseudo wisps that are gathered around your party and going through the woods in general. As Vera noticed earlier, those of you with passive perceptions, I would say above 16 or above, would notice that there's not a lot of sounds of wildlife in the area. The pseudo wisps seem to be the only movement that you can see. Essentially, this is a very old forest at midnight, or at 4 o'clock in the morning, rather. So are you guys just heading directly towards where the dot is? What's the plan?
I would say we would be heading towards where the dot was.
Yeah, do we want to move stealthily at all, or?
Yeah.
Real quick,
You said
Laura,
it's
speaking of moving stealthily, these are going to clink around a lot. Can I put these in the bag of holding? I've got ingots.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Matt, did you say it's 4 in the morning?
Yes.
I mean, do you guys want to maybe wait until dawn to go exploring?
Is there a reason we should?
I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to maybe. I mean, the last time we were in the forest at night, there were owl bears roaming around. So
It's true.
maybe I mean it would only just be a few hours until we'd have to keep going, but it's up to you guys, of course.
Well, I mean,
I know all of us don't have seeing all of you different people here. I know all of you don't have dark vision, so I don't want anybody to be freaked out.
well, you would know this area better than we do, so if you think we should wait, I guess we should wait.
At the crack of dawn, we hoist.
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So you guys spend a couple hours just waiting for the sun to come up. Say 3 hours go by before it's bright enough for you guys to be able to see the path in front of you without relying on the pseudo wisps, and during which time nothing memorable or concerning happens. Unless you had any conversations you wanted to have, we can continue on.
Yeah, I'll take out the map and kind of start looking which way we need to be going in accordance with like the sun.
I will be at the head and just going based off memory.
Yeah, could you guys give me a marching order on the map?
Yeah, I'll be, I guess,
Which side is front?
like,
Front is
Lex
to the
is in the
right.
front. Since we are going into the woods, Matt, I'm gonna go ahead and cast mage armor on myself.
Okay. We good? Is this a marching order?
Be ready, are you scouting ahead?
Would you mind moving Logan like to that empty spot behind Jaffer?
Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if Jamie's here. I think he usually goes in the back to kind of protect
Okay.
the back.
I'll push him in the back with B-Rat, I guess.
Yeah, I feel protected with Incredible behind me.
Okay, cool. So you guys begin moving in the direction of the dot, which in this case would be northeast. During which time the forest begins to brighten and the more pseudo-wisps begin to gather around you. You still don't see any wildlife as you make the next hour of your journey. Yeah, I heard you, Michael. It's largely just the sound of your own footsteps that accompany you on your way. About an hour of travel goes by before those of you at the front, what are your passive perceptions? Lex, Zafir, and Vera.
19. Michael, you muted.
18.
13.
Okay. Lex and Zafir, you notice a break in the terrain about 250 feet ahead, like a crevasse that seems to just cut across. It reminds you of the one in Stale, as a matter of fact, though not quite as large. And as luck would have it, bridging this gap in the terrain is a wooden bridge directly in front of you, about 200 feet away.
Hey, Leo Flynn, do you know anything about a big crevasse?
Would I have known about this here, I guess?
Nope.
Like, if I traveled here before possibly and not seen it, or is it just
I mean,
up here?
yeah, you've been in this area before, maybe not in this exact spot, but you've been in this area before and it wasn't here.
Okay. Not that I know of, Zafir.
Well,
Call up
like
to him.
200 feet ahead, there's one. And it's just like a wooden bridge going across. I don't know if we want to go on that.
Well, are we able
Let's
to
get up to it, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say at least let's look at it. As long as it looks stable, we can go over it.
Can always fly across.
It's true.
Or Zafir can do his thing where he makes the earth come out of the ground and make a bridge.
Depends how wide it is. We got to check, I guess.
Okay, so you guys continue forward?
Going towards it.
Okay, so you guys
I do
continue.
want to watch out for the ground, like making sure, like looking for any signs of the ground that we're walking on towards it is like eroding, where it would be unsafe to step.
Okay, sure. So you guys continue on closer to the bridge. Give me 1 second, I've got a map for this.
He has a map for it. I don't trust this place now.
Yeah, I don't trust it either.
1 sec, why is this doing this?
I was about to say, where did Zafir go?
Yeah, I think we lost Michael.
He knows. He's loading back in.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Fuck.
Thanks. Sorry.
I couldn't remember the name of the person that had the axe, Michael, so I thought it was Vera. when she said battle axe, I was like, oh shit. And then I heard the name, I was like, oh man, well that fucking
I would have laughed if I was the person.
I wouldn't have gotten the axe. Like, no way.
Oh no, I would have threatened you. You would have had to kill me.
like
Zaffer
can I-
could kill
can I-
you.
Can I please have that?
Nope.
And Zephyr could kill you and then bring you back after he takes your weapon.
And then say sorry.
But Lex
it's
will
mine now.
technically have the weapon and it's hiding.
Nah, you wouldn't be getting my weapon.
And then Tito would
seems
persuade you to forget. Ooh, that's pretty.
I haven't seen it yet. Oh, and the map is named Bridge. Don't trust this shit, guys. GG.
But it's a pretty bridge. I trust it 100%.
I don't trust it.
I actually don't see anything. I think maybe because I don't have vision.
I haven't
Oh,
put you
no.
down yet.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh shit, that is pretty, but that's sketchy.
This is a lot prettier than I thought it was gonna be. That was gonna be like a scary
Whoa,
Krev.
so
That's how
pretty.
you know it's sketchy.
Everything is pretty here.
Would you
Okay.
guys? Never mind.
So you approach the bridge. Pseudo wisps are gathered above the crevice, kind of hovering over the top of the bridge, and they're accompanied by a couple of those fireflies that you saw in the garden before it turned into a fountain, or the fountain before it turned into a temple-esque thing, and a few white plants that give off a bioluminescent glow kind of line the crevice itself. The bridge, looking at it, is sturdy, looks to be made of a single very large log that was carved down and then laid over the top of the crevice. Though none of the trees in the area have been cut down. These are just full trees that I have to show on the map. All in all, quite a lovely scene.
What color are the wisps?
The wisps above the crevice
Mhm.
are blue as they appear.
These are the same fireflies that were at the other anomaly that we found.
These ones match color with the wisps. The other ones were yellow, but they look the same size and everything.
You guys think this is probably what we were trying to find?
Yeah.
Most likely.
It could be.
Lex, you would know, judging by the map, you haven't gotten there yet.
Huh?
You have a perfect sense of direction, right? So you
Yeah.
would know that you haven't traveled far
Gotcha.
enough to reach the area where the anomaly is on the map.
Well, this isn't where the anomaly is, like, on the map. So,
Oh, we haven't gone far enough.
no.
Okay.
This is a bridge with wisps and fireflies.
Okay.
Do you think the bridge
Astute
could be like a
observation.
portal?
What was your question?
Do you think the bridge could be like a portal? Like we see what's on the other side now, but if we go across the bridge, we're not actually going across a bridge, you know? Like what if we go somewhere else?
I don't believe that's the case.
I mean, you never know. Anything can really happen here. Do you guys ever like send somebody in to test things ever in this group?
Tito.
No, that's not true.
Okay, what about when you lost your pants at the dragon fight?
Okay, well, I thought that would be we tested with a rope first.
Hold on,
and
you
the rope
lost
was
your
fine.
pants to a dragon.
No, to the dungeon. He lost
I've
his
heard
pants
about
to the dungeon.
bards and dragons, Tito.
Yeah, that's what I've
And how
heard
they
too.
slay them. Yeah, me too.
No, I think you got the wrong word there.
He did not lay the dragon, you guys. I was holding on to Tito, and he went through a teleportation thing, and his pants came off because he probably wasn't wearing them right.
No, I wear 3 belts. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Matt, does the bridge
don't
look like
actually.
rickety at all, or does it look just
Very solid.
stable?
Incredibly
It's pretty
solid.
solid.
Good.
Um,
Well, I can go across.
do you think? I mean, I can do detect magic real quick to see maybe if there's anything weird about the bridge.
Well, instead of using that, because that would probably just come up with a lot of different things, I also have a spell prepared that lets me find traps if there's a trap somewhere.
That works.
Okay.
As you guys are having this conversation, you hear a dull thump as the ground shakes very slightly, followed by another one shortly thereafter.
Maybe we just cross the
Don't-
bridge
What's really big here,
I
Leo Flynn?
think we need to leave.
and
Where
cross
does
the
the
bridge.
where does the thump seem to be coming from?
Um,
Like in front of us, behind us, below?
It's probably in front, I guess. It's hard to say, but you would guess in front.
Calora's gonna put her ear to the ground. Does she hear?
As you put your ear to the ground, go ahead and make a perception check.
I ready my bagpipes.
Oh, 10.
You have your ear to the ground as you hear a series of smaller thumps just in quick succession. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. And then the large thumps come back with a vengeance, shaking the ground underneath you. Boom.
I
Boom,
I use
boom,
my divine
boom,
sense to see if I can detect anything good or evil.
As you cast divines, or as you use divine sense, a massive figure charges through the trees ahead of you, appearing on the other side of the bridge. A massive cloud giant appears on the other side, shortly followed by 4 centaurs who are currently being ridden by satyrs, who I have not made visible yet.
Wait, the scimitars
What?
are ridden by satyrs?
The centaur.
Centaurs. Oh no.
But like, aren't satyrs also like half hoof people?
Yeah, but they're not half horse.
So they're like, their bottom half is like hooves.
Yeah, they're
and
like
hooves, and they're riding the
fawns.
half horse man.
Yes.
Yeah, and as
That's
they
awesome.
arrive, they dismount, and everybody kind of takes up positions around the storm giant, who looks over at you, and she is holding a massive piece of metal. It looks like it was probably just a big piece of some machine at some point that has been sharpened and wrapped in leather at the hilt, to create a rough approximation of a sword. Oh, I have too many satyrs and not enough centaurs. The storm giant calls out to you. What brings you to this domain?
The anomaly.
I know not what you mean by anomaly. Who are you?
What? We're the rising hand.
Lex, let Leo Flynn talk.
I'll
Okay.
walk forward. I'm Leo Flynn of Valahastra. We have been sent to investigate an anomaly that is wreaking havoc on the Feywild.
And I step forward and I'm with the blades. I'm here investigating as well.
We mean no ill will. It's only to try and figure out what is destroying our home.
Giant steps forward 2 steps, crossing 15 feet during that time to stand on the bridge.
We just want to pass through. We mean you no harm.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check on that.
Matt, I just want to let you know, like as she says that, I am, in case things do get hostile, it starts to run across the bridge, looking like trying to, like it's gonna hurt us. I'm ready to cast Wall of Force on the bridge so it can't cross.
I got a 11.
11. The giant hefts her sword and places it on her shoulder. Ill things have been occurring in this section of this forest. How am I to know that you are a solution and not the cause?
Well, I mean, we're from Valahasta and we're just trying to save our own town. How do we know that?
We're trying to save everyone.
What does your town have to do with this section of the forest? How does that concern me? Why are you here?
Well, there's other anomalies that could be tied to the largest one that has also appeared. So, I mean, we're just trying to find out more information to stop your home and our home from being destroyed. And if you'd like to, I would be totally fine if you guys would like to accompany us to keep an eye on us to make sure nothing ill happens while we're in your territory. I'm sure we'd all be comfortable with that.
I'm perfectly fine with that as well.
We have
Me
our own
too.
concerns. Do not need to accompany and babysit you. Know this. If you are here to exacerbate the problem that we are experiencing, I and my clan will destroy you. You will not make it out of these woods alive.
Understood.
We will respect your homelands and try to save them as well.
She just kind of puts on like this angry face. Kind of, you can tell she's struggling with something, trying to either convince herself or make some kind of peace with either letting you stay or pushing you away. She turns and looks at her group. One of the centaurs paws the ground a bit with his front forehoof and kind of throws his head back that way. Give me your names.
Leo Flynn, Amastasia.
Kalara Tea Leaf?
Vera Nikos.
Tito Tilly.
Zafir Tarham.
Claribold the Worthy. Hezrian.
You may have heard of Claribold. He's in the stories here.
Loganion.
Lex Lockhart.
Brad.
You all will swear on your names and your honor to respect this forest and to not cause problems. Say it.
Brad.
I swear.
I swear.
I swear that on all of my harm, I will do no harms to this forest.
She swings her sword once downwards across in a very wide arching slash, and you feel the wind from it collide with you, just tossing your hair back, those of you that have hair. Without another glance, she turns and the satyrs remount the centaurs and charge off into the forest, while the the cloud giant begins to make her way back into the trees, heading a little bit south and west. And you were left alone.
Matt, can I I want to as she was leaving and saying like they wouldn't harm us so long as we kept our word or whatever. Can I just do an insight check?
She didn't say that. She just
When
told
she
you guys to
was
say you were
okay, that's fine.
not going to cause trouble. You can try to gauge her intent with that if you
Yeah.
want.
Okay. $16.
16. She seemed aggressive as a way of showing how distressed she was. Obviously, there's something wrong, and she's on high alert. She was absolutely ready to kill you if you cause any trouble. So take from that what you will.
Maybe we should have asked them if they've seen anything.
I was going to, but they seemed very on edge, and I just didn't want to.
I don't think they would have told us much.
I didn't want to stoke any bad emotions. Gotta be very careful out in the wilds here.
So as I said, the bridge is not the anomaly.
What was that?
I think it was a giant.
It's a cloud giant.
The cloud giant?
How big are cloud giants? Matt.
How big are they? I mean, they're huge creatures, 15 feet wide, probably 30, 35 feet tall. Huge.
Yeah, that was really big.
I definitely didn't want to fight that.
No.
Yeah, they're usually 18 feet. But females are shorter, 5,000 pounds. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with those things.
That sounds like it makes more sense.
She will turn you into a puddle. I guess, are you guys ready to not mess things up?
Yep.
Yes.
Proceed.
Okay.
Tito, you want to walk across first?
I'll go. I'm going first.
Yeah, I'll go across same.
If something were to happen, I can always change into an animal and you can fly. So we're the good testers.
As soon as Lex gives the okay, I'll head across. Since she wants to be stealthy, right?
No, I'm just going across.
Oh, sorry. Then I go across too.
Yeah, you guys have no issues crossing this very sturdy and very well used bridge. It is absolutely fine. You can still hear the fading sounds of the giant's footsteps as she gets further and further away. You imagine it's probably hard for a giant to sneak up on somebody. Probably have another good 2 hours of travel left, so with Lex keeping pretty careful track of the distance. And those 2 hours are spent vigilantly, but still making good time through the forest. Eventually, you get within probably around 500 feet of where you know this anomaly to be. The area you are on now is somewhat of a hill, and you can see about where Lex believes this anomaly should be. There is a massive hole in the earth. You can't see anything within it from this angle at this point, but you can see there is a path that leads into this hole on the east side of it. That seems to be what you're looking for.
Do you guys want me to maybe fly ahead as something and see if I can get a better view of what we might be going towards?
I mean, it looks like a big hole.
Yeah, I mean, I could maybe like fly in it a little bit.
Yeah,
I
by all
mean,
means.
I mean, you could do that. I don't know if it's going to be dangerous. It's up to you.
There might be magic around it that could affect you.
That's true.
Do you have any sort of protection?
Not really so much when I'm a bird. Pretty much just a squishy bird. I don't really have anything right now that could protect me in advance, you know?
I mean, if you feel confident, I'm not going to stop you.
I can at least see if I can get a little bit closer.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right, I will I'll turn into an owl again.
Okay.
And try and get a little bit closer.
Okay, are you gonna fly over it or?
I'm gonna kind of fly towards it. I will say I'll probably be about what's like the branch line in this area?
The trees go right up to the hole, all the way around.
Yeah, no, but like, is there like 10 foot of blank tree and then branches start?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's probably closer to 20, 25 feet. This is a very
Okay.
old growth forest.
Okay, I probably stay at that level and get right up towards the where we'd walk in, like the entrance, the path. Just
Okay.
take a look and see.
Are you on Foundry?
Uh-huh.
Kalora, as a giant owl,
I'm not a giant owl, I'm just a regular
just
owl.
a regular owl, sorry. You fly near the entrance hole, staying above. Looking down into the hole, you can actually see more than this. Sorry, one sec. You can see this. You see what appears to be an excavation of sorts. Within, at the very center of the hole at the bottom, there are multi-steps down to this bottom, but at the bottom, you see a familiar machine.
Oh no. Is it the Clockwork Guardian?
It is a Clockwork Guardian. This one looking larger and with a different set of weapons than the one before it. Instead of just those two red glowing eyes in the front, this one has green, and you can see small beams coming out about 6 inches where the power of the beams is enough to even show in the thin air. Additionally, on the back, there are two glass protuberances that are full of a green liquid connected to tanks that go with tubes that go into the body. It's looking around and keeping an eye on the various spider workers that are digging from the wall and the ground of this area, constantly just digging, searching, pulling tufts of rock out, chiseling bits. Closer to the entrance itself, you notice a new being, one that you've never seen anything like before. It hovers about 3 feet off the ground and looks almost like a miniature, what are those things called? They live in your forest?
Beholders?
Yes, a miniature beholder, except
Oh,
made of metal and with one glowing red eye in the front that darts around its total circumference quickly, quite obviously watching.
wait, where is that on the map? Can you?
I have to move you. Right here,
This thing?
this thing.
Okay.
Yes, you see one there and one on the other side of the hole.
And it's smaller, you said?
It's medium sized, so it's a small beholder. Beholders are large creatures.
Okay. Does it also look metallic?
It is metallic, yes, like a silver metal. It has a like a gyroscopic ring that goes all the way around it, not touching any of it. Keeps it hovering in the air, and the eyeball itself kind of darts around. Imagine a floating BB-8 kind of. As you fly by the entrance, which is this area here, you see the eye of the miniature beholder catch your eye. It sees you and it tracks you along as you fly by, and it is going to try to make an attack against you.
Okay. Before it makes an attack, can I just ask the crater in general, does it look like the crater like something impacted and it's no longer there, or is it just like seemingly natural formed? Like there's things growing in it now, or is it just like, does it look recent? Does that make
No,
sense?
there are things growing in it. There, in fact, at the bottom there were 2 trees that had recently been cut down.
Okay.
It looks largely natural, but it has been heavily altered by these beings digging at it. You can see fresh tool marks along all of the walls.
Okay.
Does a 22 hit you?
As an owl, why yes.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. I'm Kalora.
Okay. You said
one
you were
hit
20,
point.
25 feet up.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna take I did not mean to do that as Killora Owl.
Does look better on your screen.
The dual screens look better.
15 points
Like, I
of
do have dual
force
screens.
damage as the beam as a red beam shoots out of the eye that was locked on you and just engulfs the shape of this owl, causing you mid-flight and with your continued momentum to turn back into Killora Tea Leaf as you plummet 25 feet to the ground below. Do you do anything?
About, I don't remember exactly how far away from the party did I
500 feet.
500 feet. Okay. Yes. Hold on one second. Okay. I am going to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
And then immediately wild shape. We determined that wild shape is not like a spell, right?
Correct, but I believe it's an action.
Okay.
So if you're going to cast invisibility on yourself,
Yeah. Okay. I cast
All right.
invisibility myself, and I run as far as my little 25 feet can take me.
Okay, so as you're falling, you manage to cast invisibility on yourself before you collide with the wall, taking 9 points of bludgeoning damage in your Killora form, landing badly on your arm, but some way being able to kind of roll out of it. As you land, you turn and look at the eye, the floating eye, and see that it is still tracking you in your invisibility. You run 25 feet. We'll just keep using the owl for now. Arriving, we'll say about there, because you would have landed like here. Here then. And it is going to try to hit you again, but before it does so, you hear a loud siren burst forth from the being itself. You hear it's just like not like a horn, but more like a loud mechanized screech coming from it in a pattern. And it is going to try to hit you again. This time it misses. You manage in your sprint to get out ahead of it just by a fraction as the beam collides with your backpack, pushing you to the side a bit. But you manage to continue running. It is now your turn again.
Okay. I, as an action, use my other wild shape, and I turn into a invisible giant eagle.
Okay.
And I take 80 foot of movement back towards the party.
And as Killora, bruised and battered, but having a better sense of what is to come for the rising hand, makes her way back toward the party 500 feet away. As you all hear a mechanized screech and I see a blast of light come from within the hole itself. We're going to pick up there next week, because we do not have time to do this battle.
That was Andrew talking.
Can I just say, can I just when I get back to drop form and tell, or actually I wouldn't drop form. Can I just tell in somebody's mind what I saw? So at least the party's aware.
Sure.
Okay. I probably would have said it in Lex's mind. I would have told her about I would have said it's a clockwork guardian. There's
Bigger clockwork guardian.
What?
Like a beefier clockwork guardian.
A bigger clockwork guardian, spiders, and metallic beholder looking things that attacked me.
Fuck.
Also, I'm invisible this whole time, so you're just hearing this from nothing.
I was about to say, what's wrong?
You guys remember the clockwork guardian that we fought in the tower, second level?
Yeah, that should be.
No.
Okay, well, you weren't there.
Clockwork guardian.
Vera, you weren't there. They're big, massive things made of metal and gears, and they have like these little spider metal minions that follow them around, and they all attack us. And thing was like beast. But apparently, the one that Kalora just saw is even bigger. Still has his little spidery friends, and now it has a flying one as well. That's kind of like a beholder. So, yeah, that's what we have to deal with now.
Oh shit, that's not gonna be good.
That all sounds
Beholder
amazing.
that sees through invisibility, I would have said. Just so everybody's aware that it sees through invisibility.
Oh. And
Unless you wouldn't have shared that with them, but
not really. I just would have gone on that spiel.
Cool. So something to look forward to. Another battle right at the beginning of the session next week. Ariana, I'm sorry we didn't get there for this session. If you want to call in for the next one, I'd be down for that, so you can be part of the battle.
Nah, I wouldn't be able to because I'm running my own campaign next weekend.
Ah, bummer. I guess I'm Vera then.
That's okay.
You could always call in
do you
Austin.
proud. That's true.
yeah. All right, everybody. Good night.
Good night, guys.
Great
Good
to
guys.
Out.
Talk to you later.
See ya, Ariana. Good to see you.
Bye, Aaron. Thanks
Bye.
for
Thanks for being here.
It was fun.